Hello everyone, welcome to my stream and thank you for joining me today. I'm Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who has followed me since my last stream. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. So I apologize in advance if the frames skip a bit because there's a lot of things are open on the desktop. So there's a bit of a delay, a bit of a lag. So today I'm actually going to be streaming a barn owl, and as per usual, I'm using watercolor with my favorite watercolors, which are the Dr. P.H. Martin's Hydrus liquid watercolors. I'll see if I can show you. And I'll do this every week because it's good for people to know what I use in case you ever want to, try them out, see what they can do for you. You can buy them on Amazon. I'm not sponsored for this, so they are available in 1 ounce and the larger size, which are the 2 ounces. Here we are. Now, these watercolors are absolutely brilliant. They're my favorite. They are very light fast. They're highly pigmented. They dilute really well. So as much as you go down as watery as you make them, and the beauty of them is that they always stay bright, no matter how many layers you put on it, how much you do, how thin you make them. They dry fairly true to color, and they will not fade too much. I mean, they won't lighten too much, so they're very good for that. Today I'm actually pre-mixed some of my colors, or rather, because one drop of these goes a very long way, I still have some paints on my palette from last week's stream, so I'm going to use some of these as well. So if you don't see me adding color, it's because I've already got them on my palette. Here we have I do have my favorite colors. When I start, I always put my favorite colors out. Like they have, at the moment, because I'm painting this lovely barn owl, some beautiful shades of orange and yellow and things. So I've already got my paints all ready, so I'm not having to hunt for the right color. So today, what I'll do is I'm going to start, as you can see, I might zoom in a bit later so you can see what I'm doing. But the idea is I'm just going to put down some base colors, which is what I do every week, and just start adding colors to it and just see what I end up with, because at the end of the day, I honestly don't know each time. So I have 2 water jars, a clear water jar. Well, at the moment, they're clear. They're both clear water, but when you're watercoloring painting, it's always good to have 2 jars, one to rinse your paintbrush in and they'll get quite dirty, and the other one just always having clean water, so that if you're mixing light colors, you never muddy the colors. So that's a good reason to have 2. And a paper towel and a piece of paper for mixing my paints on, or sometimes just trying out the paints. And I'm going to start today with this reference. I have this photo reference. It's just this beautiful, lovely, barn owls are lovely. They've got so many really nice colors, but not as vibrant as some of the other eagles I've drawn. But I do like raptors, birds of prey. So at this point, what I'm doing is I'm just going to add some water just to wet the page down a bit. I'm going to zoom in so you can see what I'm doing. Let's see what we end up with. Oops, might be a bit too far, but we'll see how we go. All right, so I'm adding some, just with a thick brush, just adding a bit of water there. I'm just going to drop some. I haven't actually mixed any of this color. My favorite color is gamboge, which is a really nice yellow, and I'm going to add a drop of that. It looks sort of yellowy orange, and it's a really good color to start with. So here we'll have a nice undercoat of this lovely vibrant yellow, and if I drop it on here, if it just jumps a bit, I will just put it as an undercoat. Like I said, it will actually dry a little bit lighter, so it doesn't really matter how quickly I do it this time, because I'll go over it and I'll just add other colors to it. The reason I chose this picture was because the reference picture has this this owl, it's got this lovely white plumage down its chest, and oops, it's probably a bit yellow, and in the light it looks almost greenish, and I really like the kind of greenishy tones. So I'm going to try picking that up and using that. Hello to everyone who's watching, and if you'd like to pop and say hello, chat, I'm more than happy to answer any questions about what I'm doing, what techniques I use, any of that sort of thing. I like sharing what I know. So here we go. Add some water to begin with. Sometimes I'll use a big fat paintbrush because that way the water doesn't dry so quick, especially if the room is quite warm, which it is here at the moment. So I'm streaming from Australia, Western Australia to be precise, and it's a Sunday afternoon, 2 o'clock, or just past 2, and it's a very nice day. It's sunny outside and a good day to be outdoors. I spent some time outdoors this morning to did an hour's worth of gardening, and it was really nice out there. So I'm going to, as you can see, I'm not being particularly careful with my application of colour. It always starts off very light, and then I like to build it up. With the watercolours that I use, they are very good for layering, and so I will do that. I will start very light and then work my way slowly, a little bit more, and so on. And at the beginning, it really doesn't look like much. It never does. But as I go along, it starts to take shape and starts to look like something. I'm just going to put in a few, I'll probably bring some browns in there and things like that. So I'm just going to add some yellows. It probably should be a bit more orange, so I will go over it. But for now, just to give it some shape, to show where the colours are that I would like to put in. The faces, they're absolutely gorgeous. They have these really nice white moon type faces. They always look surprised. A little bit scary too. They because you can't really see much. It's just always see these eyes and this big beak. So they can be a little intimidating. This one, with any luck, this one won't take me too long to paint because it's fairly straightforward. And there's not a lot of colours. There's a lot of very subtle colours, but not too many colours. Not like the other pictures I've drawn where I'll put very like vibrant reds and vibrant blues. Although on saying that, knowing me, I most likely will anyway. So there's some lovely turquoisey blues. I say that there's sort of a turquoisey bluey green which I'm trying to capture in the chest here because it's in the shade. And although the feathers are white, as with most things that are white, you can't actually paint them white if you are using white paper. So what you do is you pick up the shadows to show where the white, to sort of give it an idea of white without being able to paint it. There's two ways of doing it. You can either create a very dark background and then leave the white of the paper to show up, or you can just try putting in the shadows that you see in the white. And that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to attempt to, I'll just move my reference, to try and get that idea of the shadows. Because I've gone quite wet, my paper's tending to buckle a little bit, which is what I try to avoid, which is why I don't actually, my style of painting doesn't actually involve a lot of water. I tend to paint wet on dry most of the time. So by doing it this way, I'm actually creating a bit of a buckle in the paper, and I haven't prepped the paper in advance. I'm just using a field pad which is quite thick, and it's for general use. You can use field pads for pretty much any medium you want to use, pencils, coloured pencils, paints, but they're not really designed to take large volumes of water. It's not a, I'm shaking my inks because the pigment settles on the bottom and the distilled water or whatever they use sits on the top. So when you first pick them up, it had settled. So I tend to shake them so that it stirs the paint a bit more into it. So what I'm going to do is use a little bit of sap green, which is a nice neutral green colour, and I have some on my other palette already. I want to mix that with the turquoise blue and give it, that's kind of that pale colour. I'll test it on my paper. It's a little bit green. Um, I'm going to go with it anyway because I do like it. And there is a bit of green in here where the bird is in the shade somewhat, where its legs are in the shade, its upper body. So at the moment, it doesn't actually look like much. And I say this, I say this every time I start painting. I say, "Oh, it doesn't look like much, but it will start to look like something when I'm finished," and that is very true. So I'll just build up colour, and I'll keep going until I get sort of the colour I want, the dense, the what they call it, tone, I want. So I'm going to just add some colour here into the plumage here, and I'm going to just, you'll see me slowly adding other colours to it. At the moment it's pretty much orange and greens, and I'll keep chatting because I'm a firm believer in, if you are watching somebody's stream and they're not saying anything, then you don't really know what they're doing. So I'm going to just keep telling you what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So if you are interested in ever sort of doing something similar, you can tell then um, what you need to do, or at least gives you an idea on the sort of technique I'm using in case you ever want to replicate it, or at least give something a try that you might not have thought about. I'm adding colours to build it up, and I will add more browns and other colours, but at the moment I like, and there will be some blue in there, so I'm just layering. There is a bit of turquoise, so I'm going to alternate between a green and a turquoise to give this sort of idea of where the light hits on the feathers, creates a bit of shadow. And you'll see me doing that. I'll add it in a few places. I don't actually think this one will take me as long as the other ones. And there's a lot of lots of interesting colours, but I'm not going to make it quite as vibrant. But I will build up. So here we have a barn owl. Now barn owls are found pretty much everywhere around the world, except for the very cold climates and the extremely hot climates. So we even have them in Australia, they have them in the UK, they have them pretty much everywhere. So you've probably seen one at some point. And I'm just going to add some shadows where there's a little bit of, well, anywhere there's white actually. It's the picture is quite vibrant, but with the extra lights that I have on to be able to see it, you can't really get an idea of, I could switch off a couple of lights and then it will probably make the bird stand out a bit more. But at the moment, I have a good quantity of lights. I'm using a ring light, and I'm using a big light behind me, just up here, and that's sort of angled so that it creates a daylight effect, because I don't actually have any natural lighting directly close by. I have offset windows behind me, but don't actually have anything near my desk. So I will I've got some lights which I use, and they are really good for highlighting where my let me go zoom out. They're really good for highlighting what I'm doing because I need the light to paint, otherwise I can't get an idea of colours. And the colour, I suppose you call it the colour range, on the lights is a more bluish, so you end up with a more of a natural daylight effect. So I'm going to just keep going. Not sure what's happening here. They are, they actually, if you look, most birds do have, well, most animals really will do have extra colours where you wouldn't expect to see them. So although this one is mostly browns and oranges, you'll find that it does in fact have in the shading in the chest and here on the ruff, it has a lot of very nice colours which catch the light when the bird is in the sun. And there's so many colours you can find if you're painting. You don't have to use the reference like exactly. And most of the time it's actually better if you don't. You end up with a really nice results from not following a reference exactly. And which is why I never do. I like to pick out the colours I can see and then put them in my picture just to make it a bit more interesting. So I'm just going to just figure out where the blue is. Now I have some lovely cobalt blue. I've still got it mixed up from last week. And that's the beauty of these. You can just use the same colours if you've got them on your palette, which I will do rather than, use some more. That's now the blue that I have is a little bit darker than I want, but I can use it still. Where the highlight hits the feathers on the face, it's kind of bluish. And I'm going to build it up and actually make it a lot bluer than. I'm just going to see what colours I have here. I can't even think about what I'm mixing on my water palettes, and I probably shouldn't do that. So I'm making this one blue. I'm going to have to keep this one as a clean one. So in the meantime, let's see what I've got. Aqua blue, maybe that'll work. Here we are. I'm going to add some blue in here. I always like adding blue. Anyone that's watched any of my previous videos will find that I use a lot of blue in my pictures, but it's really good for showing where the white sits. It emphasizes the extra white where the birds are white. So it acts like a shadow for a white bird. And these lovely creatures have this really interesting feathers that go down their faces, and they sort of spread out around their um, down their nose, I guess you call it, the beak. And I'm trying to paint that in. I'm trying to paint the shape of it to give it a bit of form before I put in any details. So I will use my paintbrush to feather out the colour. I'll just do that. I do love owls. Owls are one of my favourite birds. Well, raptors in general, any birds of prey, as you've no doubt guessed, given that I spend a lot of time painting them. They are really interesting. I like how they always look surprised. They're very efficient hunters, and they're just lovely. They're just absolutely delightful to paint. I really enjoy them. I don't know how this one's going to turn out because the angle, he's got his head turned a particular angle. So I'm trying to capture how delicate the feathers are around on the face, but it's not always easy to capture that. So I will zoom in a bit just so you can see what I'm doing. I'll try and tap on my So sometimes if I tap on my camera, it actually makes it sharper and easier to see. I'll just adjust my light. It doesn't really help, but there you are. Working on the face, the eyes are very interesting. They have these very interesting coloured eyes, almost a grey brown. So they're very. I'm looking forward to painting it because a lot of the birds of prey have uh, orange or very vibrant eyes, or even very dark brown. But these birds, these owls, have this lovely grey tone. I'm going to continue adding blue. If I can find the blue I used. Yep, diluted, because there isn't actually no white on this picture. So I'm going to try and remove most of the white from the picture and replace it with different shades of blue. If you're watching, um, welcome again. And I hope you're enjoying the information, I suppose you'd call it. And I will continue painting as I always do. Try to. It does look a bit odd. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out, but as always, I tend to muddle through and I end up with something that I really enjoy. So I can't see how this would be any different. I'm constantly painting, continuously painting, and I'll switch paintbrushes because at the moment I'm using quite a large paintbrush. It's a number 6 Holcroft, sorry, a round, and it's a little bit too big for the detail, but at the moment for putting in just basic colours, it's very good. And then of course when I want to do detail, I'll switch down to a finer brush. So what I will do is add some blue in here, and the technique is sort of a sketchy one, and I'll use the tip of the paintbrush, and sometimes I'll blend it, sometimes I'll leave it quite wet, and other times so it's almost like a pen and ink effect. So I'll keep dabbing and adding, and I'll go back over it. And so a lot of this line work will appear, but it'll also be underneath other line work. And there we go. You can't really see it with the light shining on it, but what happens is that it creates this shadow alongside this orange of this owl. Here we are. Isn't he handsome? And I will continue to add it till I get this tone that I'm after under here. Under the neck has this lovely, I don't know, it's a sort of a bluishy tone. And as I said, don't always go for the reference photo. Like I don't make it exactly the same as a reference photo. And I think as an artist, unless you're doing photorealistic art, you don't really, it's often better if you don't copy it exactly and put your own interpretation on it. So what you can see happening here is where I've got, this is basic color theory, which a lot of you probably already know, but I'll say it anyway for those that don't. So your basic color theory is if you mix yellow and blue, you get a sort of a green. And what's happening here is because I'm using a technique almost like glazing, which is where you overlay very thin glazes or watercolor washes, anything underneath, where it overlaps, creates another color. So in this particular case down here, there's almost a green happening. So alongside the head, there's a greenish tone. And that the reference photo does show a sort of greenish tone. I will go back over it with brown and other colours, but at the moment it actually works really well, and I really do like it. There's more orange that has to go in. So I slowly start building form and just keep adding more tone to it. We'll get smaller paintbrushes or larger paintbrushes or a different colour, and I'll just keep painting until I find in here you can't see it, so I'll zoom out. Where I'm doing the wing, so I'll just zoom out so you can see more of the bird. So, whoops. So where I'm doing the wing in here, there's actually a very, very dark brown. And sometimes I will just paint brown, and other times I will mix the brown up on the paper itself. And my favorite go-to color is, let's see, ultramarine and burnt sienna is a very nice color combination for the sort of bluishy browns that I like to get. I'm just going to build up some of these. They have these lovely spots on their feathers, and they're quite unique. It's what gives them, makes you recognize them. That's what gives them very distinguishing features. And sometimes I will add, I'm going to attempt to add some color under here. Not always the same colors, but at the moment it looks a bit like a coloring in book where you used to have to add water to bring the picture alive. And that's what this reminds me of at the moment. So I'm going to add a little bit of some more of an orangey colours in here because I haven't actually built it up too much. There will be more oranges. This is actually quite yellow, so it's not the colour I'm exactly going for. But as I said, I just work over the top of them until I get a build up of the colours, more details. But for now, you have a bluey green, sort of a orangey sort of owl. Oops. And as I said before, if you're not careful and you mix up your two water jars, you end up with both of them being very messy, and you don't want that. You want one to be clean and the other one to be, your dirty water jar, unless you can actually get up and change the colours, which I can't do because it means I'll have to leave what I'm doing. Then you're better off making sure you have yourself prepared, and I'd like to think I had up until this point. I'm going to put some oranges in here, build up some colour in amongst the owl. He's got this layer of almost a brown in the feathers here, and I will always revert back to my favourite. Oranges are very good to add if you've got a sort of a very brown bird. And this particular case, this one is brownish. And as I said, there are other colours in his feathers. I keep saying him. It could be a female. It's no way of telling. I'm just going to keep adding orange. There's this lovely orange in here. And the feathers go into a dark brown. I'm going to use orange as the undercoat for it and just build it up. I don't know what this is going to look like, but I'll keep going because that's what I do. And when I start painting any of my pictures, I have a very rough idea of how I want them to look, but I don't always, they don't always end up looking the way I want them to. But they're always a surprise, and I'm always happy with the way they turn out. It's the nature of experiment. And here, this is beautiful, beautiful owl. I have, as I usually do, if I'm not careful, tended to add a little bit of, made my paper a little bit dirty. And some artists like to put a piece of paper down when they're working so they don't accidentally dirty their paper. I have under here, down near the tail, I've actually got a little bit of blue, which shouldn't be there. So what's happened is it's probably dropped off my paintbrush or off my paper, but that's okay. I can work with that, so it doesn't really matter. Happy accidents is what I call them. So anyway, continue on doing this tail and adding more orange. So I'll keep doing that, adding more orange. Oh, hello, Guru of the Lost Fog. That is awesome advice. Oh, thank you. I like to give advice. Whether people like to listen to it's another matter, but I do like to give some tips and tricks because I always like receiving advice from other artists if there's something that I don't know. And I do a lot of YouTube scrolling too. So when I have something that I don't know how to do and I'd really like to know the best way to go about it, I will. I'll find out the answer from other artists. I'm not too proud, and then I'll pass it on because that's what you should do. I think if you've got something that you know that you shouldn't keep it to yourself in terms of art techniques or skills. If you can pass them on to other people and they want, obviously not unsolicited advice, but if they actually ask and they really are curious to know how you do things. I don't believe in hoarding skills. I like to pass on what I know. If people, as long as people are wanting to listen to it, I'm happy to give tips and tricks and things that make life a little bit easier for people and also for myself, of course. I'm just adding some different colours. And this is making my water jars again. I keep alternating between two water jars and I'm trying to keep one full of clean water, like landscaping, for example. In what way, Guru? Is that in the way that people they like to get information, or they don't they don't like getting information? We had I'm assuming you're into landscaping, that you do that as a career or something you enjoy. I've been out in the garden this morning. I spent an hour out in the garden this morning. I really admire anyone who loves garden work. I like planting things. I really like planting things. Not fond of the weeding part of it though. That's just not really my idea of a fun time. I like the end result, but and that's why you get experts to do it for you. And any smaller jobs that you can handle yourself, pick up tips from landscapers and other people that have that skill set. I'm more than happy to do. It works both ways. I think people, if there's something that you know how to do well and other people don't, and I like trading information. I think it's very good because why wouldn't you get someone who's an expert at something, like, well, anything really, or that's maybe not an expert, either or, but not art, just hard labor outside. Yeah, that's where the money is, though. Let's face it. Unfortunately, I would love to be labor. My bad. I suppose it depends with the spelling. It depends on how you, whether you're from the US or Australia, because in Australia you have a U, labor with a U, and in the US it's without the U, I think. So that's what US English and Australian English is slightly different. But no, I like being out in the garden. It gives you a sense of achievement when something looks really good and you can get it to look good. And I really like that. That's the part I do like about it. But I'm yeah, I'm not an expert at the gardening. I like going into gardens and I love going to like botanical gardens and looking at all the lovely flowers and things. But there are people who absolutely love gardening and I'll either misspell that word for both cases. Okay, fair enough. But hey, look, that's okay. And when you're typing, you sometimes don't hit the keyboard quite right. I'm doing that. I often do that. I type so fast that sometimes my fingers are a little dyslexic, and then I end up switching my letters around. So that's always a fun thing, especially when you're trying to type something to someone and you end up, you know, getting the word wrong and spelling it wrong. That's always fun. As long as it doesn't change the meaning too much, you're okay. Ah, So oops. See, sometimes I will actually add some color and it goes a little bit dark. But the good thing about watercolor is that you can actually pick it back up with water and fix it up somewhat before it gets too dry, because once watercolor dries, you can still lift it, but it's a lot more difficult and it does require a bit more effort. to try and get it to fix it, to lift it up and things like that. I think I've mentioned in my past videos that I have made mistakes before, that there are times when you can't fix it, and that is what makes it so challenging. I have had instances where I have dropped my paintbrush across my page, existing painting, and just want to cry. I guess the thing is though that part of the challenge is trying to sort of see if you can do something with it without screwing up the page and throwing it away in disgust. So how can you fix something that you think you've ruined? And that's the challenge of it. And that's what I do enjoy, and I hope I don't want to do it too often though, because it's also equal parts enjoyable and frustrating, where you're sort of trying not to you're trying to make it look nice, and then you end up creating this problem and wondering how you're going to be able to fix it. So here I've got a couple of different colors. Now I'm trying to um, see what I need to do to lift the bird up. And I've put some greens and blues and shades like that in it. It has some darker colors, so I will often add them later, but in some instances, know that feeling all too well. Yeah, it's very difficult when I'm going to zoom in on the face. I sometimes do that if I'm putting details in. It's very easy to get frustrated. Yes, I do. That is the case, and I think it depends on your mindset. If you think you can sort of fix it up, especially with artwork, with traditional art anyway. With traditional art, once that mark is on the page, or I guess in landscaping, it's a case of like if you've pulled up the wrong plant or you've done something, it's very hard to get it back. So then the next thing is, once you've actually worked out what you've done, is to try and see if you can make it less critical. I'm going to shake my watercolors up because they settle on the bottom of these jars and they have a dropper. So I'm going to add a little bit of brown to somewhere. I've got a palette here. One drop of these watercolor paints goes a very long way. So I can use them over and over and over again, which is wonderful. I'm trying to decide where I need to put the darker areas in. And sometimes I will dilute them right down, and other times I will try and keep them quite strong. I'm going to zoom in on. I have this reference, and this owl is absolutely stunning. I love barn owls. And I'll just paint some detail around the eyes. Like I said, sometimes I will do the eyes sort of straight away. Generally, I don't. Most of the time, I'll actually leave them till almost last so I can see where I need to put colour. And I can't, sometimes if I go in too heavy and then end up not being able to remove the colour, as I've mentioned before. So, but sometimes I like to put sort of the darker areas in so that it gives me an idea of how the tone's going to sit. So here it just looks a bit strange at first, but I like to avoid using black if I can, or at least initially, because black I tend to reserve for adding in details at the end. And the reference, they have this very dark eyes in some of the lighting, and you can't always tell where the pupils are. But in one of the references I have, they have this lovely dark grey eyes, and they're really interesting. So I will sometimes put in details, and other times I will leave it till the very end. Here I'm going to just add some detail so that I can see things lift out. And I won't always put in the details until the end, but there's some very dark colouring in the. I like adding contrast sometimes, because if I add the contrast, I know where I'm going with it, and I can say whether I need to lighten areas or darken them. So I will add little bits. As for the landscaping, it depends on what happens. Pull the plant up, put it back in if you didn't knock the dirt off. That's true. Mulch, gravel in the lawn, rake, pick it out. The only thing that cannot be undone is pruning. Yes, yes, I yeah, if you prune wrong and you've cut off something important, yeah, that's the difference between a plant living or dying, I guess. And sometimes if you're not experienced at how to prune, it's very easy to kill a plant thinking, oh, I'll just trim it back. This is the problem. I guess if you're not gardening savvy, if you're not, landscaping savvy, or if you don't know about plants, it's very easy to prune them at the wrong time. I read about it, but like I said, I'm not really an avid gardener, so um, I just know that you tend not to prune things when they're in flower. That sort of seems to be I could be wrong, but that seems to be a general rule. If it's in the middle of flowering, you're probably not a good idea to prune it at that point, like roses and things like that. They sort of have to wait until they've stopped flowering. Hopefully I'm not wrong with hopefully I'm not wrong about that, but otherwise I've been doing it wrong all this time. But generally, I guess if it's flowering, it's not the right time to prune. Well, that was my theory. Hope that it's correct, but I do I do like I like watching people. I like watching people gardening, especially if they know what they're doing. It's really good. And trying to get gardeners out to do. I'm a firm believer in if you can't do it yourself and you're no good at it, then you may as well get someone who can do it and do it well, rather than ruining your garden. If you can afford to get someone who knows what they're doing, it's the same as if you. It's the same as painting, I guess. If you can do it yourself and you're capable and you're not going to ruin things, then by all means. But I do believe that if you've got something that needs doing and you can't do it yourself, get an expert in, because there's nothing worse than attempting to do it yourself and then end up just making it a lot worse, and then having to get someone out to fix your problem. And then, of course, it's harder for the person you get out to fix it, because you've made such a bodge job of it that it just makes it harder for them. So that's why, if you can afford it, get someone that knows what they're doing to do it for you. And then if you can do it yourself, fine, do it. But if you can't, yeah, get the expert in. That's my belief with pretty much anything. So, which is why if I want gardening done, I'll generally get a gardener out. If I don't have time to do it myself, or it's not too complicated and I can do it myself. But if it is, and it's something a little bit more that I know I'm not going to be able to do, then yeah, I'll get an expert out. And why wouldn't you? It's what people are. That's why people have careers, and everybody's different. So if you've got someone who's really good at, or they've got a trade, and you don't, then utilize the person who has the trade. And that's pretty much my belief in it. So, and I guess it's the same. It's sort of the same with artists. If if you can paint things yourself and you just love to paint, even if you're not good at it, I'm trying to tell people this a lot. I try to tell people that with art, um, if you're not good at it, but you enjoy it, just do it anyway, and it doesn't matter. So correct, though there are perennials and annuals. Both require what we call deadheading. I know about deadheading. It's chopping off the tops in summer and fall. Deadheading is pruning the dead flower heads off the plant. Yep. I know how to. Well, I know what deadheading is. I know that it's cutting just snipping the tops off the dead ones. But I suppose it depends on, like you said, there's the annuals and perennials, and the perennials are there all the time. I believe they pretty much flower all the time, I think, and annuals only come up once a year, I believe. Or have I got that wrong? And the perennials are what perennial? They're not. They're just. I don't know if they're just seasonal. They're not just seasonal, are they? That's what annuals are. And then you get the ones that just completely die, and then you have to pull them up and put down, not replant, like some of the flowers that you get. I know most bulbs are annuals; they'll come up at the same time each year, and I do like keeping a garden if I have time, but it's so difficult to maintain the time to keep a garden in order. It's when you're working and you're doing other things, it's very hard to maintain one and make it look good unless you are, like I said, unless you've got time and you're an avid gardener. I'm not, unfortunately, one of those. Okay, so I've added some, where we got some birds. Oops, I have shifted my camera. That's not very good. Let's see, zoom out a bit. It's hard to tell what I'm doing here at the moment with my owl. I know what I'm trying to do, and there's a lot of blues and things in there. So I might have to add some, I'm going to add some contrast to some of this, and there's a way to do that. What have I got? I have an ultramarine blue, which I shall shake up because it's settled for a while. So ultramarine blue and a sienna, and that makes a really lovely brown. So I'm going to find a spot on my palette and add that, a bit of blue, and here we go. A very deep, rich blue. Oh, it doesn't actually look too bad at the moment. It's going to look strange when I put it on my page because they always do when I put colours down initially. It has this tendency to look funny. So as for art, very large project I'm working on. Oh, what are you working on? What sort of art do you do? Are you what medium do you use? Do you use watercolors or do you do woodworking? What sort of art? I'd love to see it. It'd be really good. I like looking at other people's artwork. It always keeps me focused on the fact that other people do different things, and I do like watching it, and I do like following people, especially people that do different types of artwork to me. I will just add a bit of dark blue in here. So yeah, so what's the large art project? Okay, what do we have here? Trying to work out where the feathers go. So I'll put a bit of blue in here. The blue's going to do traditional colour pencil art. Oh, nice. So when you say large, do you mean large in size, or it's just a job that's going to take a very long time? I've done quite a bit of coloured pencil, and it is quite time consuming, but it's quite challenging and rewarding as well, though. I do enjoy coloured pencil work. I was hoping to stream some. I haven't decided when I'm going to stream the coloured pencil artwork. I'm not sure how I'd go. So I'm at the moment just streaming in watercolor because the watercolor's quick and I'm going to zoom out here so you can see what I'm doing. So watercolor's quick for me and color pencil's a little bit slower, but I do enjoy working in colored pencil. I do a lot of my portraits because I'm a portrait artist, so I tend to do a lot of portraits in colored pencil. That one goes here. Put some blue like that. So what do you do mostly? Do you what sort of subjects? Do you do landscape pictures or do you do pictures of portraits, animals, or other things? I'd love to um, I'd love to have a look at some of them so I can follow you. Traditional color pencil art. Yeah, color pencil art is, as I said, it's really nice if you can do it, and it depends on since you don't know much video games. Oh, I know a few video games. My husband and I don't know many, granted I don't, but my husband and daughter are streamers, so they do play a lot of PC games. Since you don't know much video games, I'm guessing it is designing keyblades for each fighter in Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. Oh, okay. So Super Smash Brothers. It's trying to remember what platform was that on. Is that a was like the Mario type? And please forgive my lack of experience at that. Um, I've watched them play a lot of the the PC games, so a lot of the online games. What do they call it? What's the one she's playing at the moment? Diablo and things like that. Nintendo Switch. Oh, okay. Yeah, Nintendo's. Oh, my son had a Nintendo way back when. I think trying to remember what one. I think we've got. We don't actually play a lot of. Oh, my daughter has a. What's it called? She has the PlayStation, not the latest ones, and a few ones like that. But generally, we tend to PC. We don't actually use a lot of. We don't get a chance to use a lot of those. But I have watched I watched my son play when he was living at home. So I've watched a lot of those, but I'm not as familiar with them now. I know it's changed a lot since way back when. So yeah, I'm not an expert by any means, but keyblades for each fighter. So we're talking about actual weapons, or when you say keyblades, you're talking about actual weapons for the fighters, or are we talking like programming type things? Like keystrokes type thing, or like what particular shortcut keys and things you use. Um, yeah, not too familiar with that. It's be interesting to let's see. I'll paint my owl and try and get some colour in here. It looks strange because I've used blue and brown together, but yeah. So you obviously do a lot of gaming. You're a gamer predominantly, and it's different. It's a different type of art, but it's still all creative. So kudos for sure. I'm not sort of I tend not to. I'm not a gamer, so it's not something I'm really into. But like I said, my husband and my daughter are gamers, so they have this. They have a tendency to get in there and play a lot of the games, um, and I just watch occasionally. Keyblades, Kiburito, are mysterious weapons that are heavily featured in the Kingdom Hearts. Oh, used to watch her play Kingdom Hearts on the Nintendo. My daughter played that. Wielded by the main character Sora, I also know that name, as well as a number of other important characters, the Keyblade is a main part of the battle between darkness and light. Okay, so Kingdom Hearts is still going strong. That's really good. It's it's interesting when you see games that have been around for a very long time and they're still going. So and they're just evolved. So obviously I'm, as you can probably tell, from a different era. So there weren't a lot of. I'm from the video game era, so I used to play a lot of just the old, like arcade type games. But back when I was younger, but that's all changed, of course. I don't really have the patience for it anymore, but I do like to watch them play occasionally. Like, but the games are the PC games. Some of them are quite sophisticated, and they look so in depth, and the design are just the worlds are so real that just the level of skill and that goes into designing these things is amazing. I'm forever in awe. Just sort of say the art is, it's like watching a movie and it's just a game, and it's all like CGI and graphics and all the electronics and things that go into it. It's just phenomenal. I'm always spun away when my husband shows me a preview for a new game and I say, "Oh, is that a movie?" Pac-Man. Oh God, Pac-Man. Pac-Man. That's very old school. Pac-Man, Boss Gallagher. I used to love Gallagher and Galaxian. Space Invaders, definitely. Yep. That shows how old I am. used to be really good at Galaxian, and used to play that all the time on the old, um, at Time Zone and places like that. Used to be really good at them. Pac-Man, couldn't really get into Pac-Man. Pac-Man, I guess, is just a little bit too simplified for me. I didn't find it that challenging, and some people were very good at it. But I also played computer games, a lot of role-playing games, RPG games, sort of, and platform games, Duke Nukem and Wolfenstein and um, Castlevania and yeah, whole pile of those sort of things. Many, 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 many moons ago. Um, uh, but gone are those days. Now I find the games are just way too sophisticated for me. I just don't have the time for them. I find they're just too realistic. And but like I said, I do like it. I do enjoy watching it. I'll watch streamers sometimes on Twitch because I find what they do really interesting. Even just because I don't do it doesn't mean I don't find it interesting. And like I said, my husband will play, and he'll sometimes play Street Fighter. That was an arcade game. It was, but that was more of your what do they call it? They did bring that out for the console games, for the PlayStations and Xbox and the other things like that. I didn't really get into those sort of games. I like to watch people playing them though, but I'm not really into the fighter sort of games. I'm more into the puzzle type games. So the things I do now are, or when I do have time, it's just things like Minesweeper and um, just simple, very simple games which don't require too much. Well, they're sort of like strategizing, but I used to play Sims and uh, SimCity and Civilization and all those sort of games. And I do like your usual puzzle type games because they're quick and I don't have to sort of think too much about it. But I'm not sort of into the consoles. I know, and the son used to play Prince of Persia. Oh, Tetris. That is a very classic game. I love Tetris. I'm very good at Tetris. Because Tetris you can use in your daily life. It's really good for packing, when you pack your shopping bags at Coles. And if you're good at Tetris, you can work out, where how things fit into little slots and how you can get that piece of furniture in that room and how you can get those items in that shopping bag and into the shopping trolley, pack it all. And so it's very useful in everyday life, things like that, Tetris and things like that. And I did really enjoy Tetris. That was fun. There used to be a game called, what was it called? Blockout for a while for the PC. And that was sort of your block organized games where it was sort of like three-dimensional and similar to Tetris, but it used to move down the screen and you used to have to rotate as well as work out where you're going to put the next block. And then it got faster and faster, and like most of those games do. But I have seen that game. It's a lot of the classic games are making a comeback and things like that. But I must admit, I do like the point and play games like Monkey Island and the ones where you have to kind of like say, I'm going to match this item with this one and see how it unlocks certain things. They're a lot of fun. I occasionally, when I have time, used to like play those sort of games. But yeah, now that I'm working full time and I don't really have as much time as I'd like. And when I do have time, I tend to just do art. So yeah, I do. I must admit, I do like those old games. And they are fun. I think the ones that are like, I like to do something I don't need to think about too much. So where you've got games where you have to put too much thought in, when I get home from work, I don't sort of really want to have to think too hard about what I'm doing. So that's why I don't tend to play those sort of games much anymore because I guess I don't really have that much time. And I don't know. I don't know what it is actually, but I do, like I said, I do like watching people play them. And like I said, my daughter plays and she'll stream, and there's a lot of different ones out there, and I do like to watch. So I'll watch those games being played, and I will, like I said, I will occasionally tune in to things like that. The very first game I've ever played was Clue Finder's third grade mystery of Marthra. I'd never heard of that one actually. Clue Finders. Clue Finders does sound familiar, but I'm not sure. Oh, I've got this mosquito or whatever it is, this bug, and it's flying around my face and keeps threatening to go. Oh, I wish I could. It keeps doing this, threatening to go up my nose. So if you see me flapping my hands around, it's because of this bug, and I cannot catch it, and I can't spray it, not in front of my artwork. So I'm hoping that I can catch it, but yeah, I'll have to ignore it and hope that it doesn't get on my artwork. So I'm not twitchy. It's just bugs, so annoying. Okay, so I'm still working on details for this owl, and I'm thinking maybe I need to put a bit more detail in the face, but I can't see a lot of detail. They have this lovely grey eyes, and I really, really like the eyes. I'm going to zoom in a bit and see if I can't get, oops, my camera, oops, to cooperate. It was made by the learning company. The game was educational. That's probably where I've heard of it, actually. I've probably seen it. I had a Nintendo DS, and I had a few games for that. And I'm not sure if I've come across that one there. Um, yeah, I'm not too sure. But the learning company, did they have a game, Professor something? I remember that DS. There was one made by the learning company, and there was I can't remember. It's Professor something, and used to be educational. You used to be able to find items, and you have to find items, but it's good for kids and things. And I remember playing that, but I also did crosswords, lots of puzzle games on the DS. Still got that somewhere, the DS. I haven't really done much with it though. It's still in its box, and it's probably still. I put it away, and I haven't really been back to it. So, but I did find it the other day, and I was quite surprised. I hadn't seen it for ages. Right, so I've got my camera set up. I have my mobile phone set up here, this one, and it's hard to see what I'm doing. I'm trying to arrange it, whatever I'm doing, so that you can see what I'm doing as well. Um, and I can't. Sometimes I look up at the screen to see because I can actually zoom in on the screen. I can't on the actual artwork. So I'm going to add a bit of. I have this lovely colour called Payne's Grey, which is a nice combination of a what is it? A blue grey and it's like a ultramarine and a black. Where in the world is Carmen San Diego? I remember that. Oh, that's so old. Uh, yeah, Carmen. Oh, that was. I remember that was a big thing, a really big thing way back when. Carmen San Diego. That was the big mystery thing, and yeah, wow, that's bringing back memories. I haven't played any of those sort of games for so long. My daughter still plays Monkey Island on occasion. She keeps telling me about it. She's revisited it because it's on Steam, and she's goes back in and has sort of had a look at it. I must go back in when I get time to actually have a revisit some of these games that I used to play. But like I said, at the moment I'm working, so it makes it very hard to do anything, get anything done. That's sort of relaxing or mm, adding a bit of detail to the face, and I'm trying to get the shading. That's not too bad. Trying to get the shading under the cheeks here, looking a bit strange. Not looking exactly like I'm used to having them having doing these, but I'm hoping that eventually it ends up looking the way I want it to. So I will add in grey and I'll work on it until it does what it's meant to, until I'm happy with it. I'll keep going. And as I said, I will work on this over and over, put different colours in. If I'm not 100% certain of the way I like the way it's going, then I'll just build it up a bit more until it's doing what I like, because I like to have control over what my picture's doing to a certain extent. They have this lovely little. This bird is angled strange, so I think that's why I'm having so much troubles with its beak and its face. And I did choose the reference because I did like the angle, but yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? Whenever you try and do something and trying to be clever, you find that sometimes it doesn't always go the way you want it to. But this is a really nice grey, so I'm going to build up, add it in here and there. It may look a bit strange to begin with. And they have these lovely feathers. They're sort of like a couple of layers of feathers on their faces. I really like that. They are really cute. I like these owls. Owls are cute. I used to collect owls, figurines, not real ones. But yeah, they are always looking perpetually surprised. So that's probably why I like them so much. No, I'm going to put a bit of grey in here because they do have grey eyes. Very interesting creatures. Bit of grey in here. And I'll just build up the colours until I get, mm, I guess, until I get something close to what I'm trying to do. And sometimes it's hard to see on the reference what I've actually done. So I've probably made this beak a little bit wide. They have these hooked beaks, and I'll have to go in and correct it, I think, because yeah, I think it's strange. Anyway, I'll keep going. There's no mistakes. If I make mistakes, I'll just correct them as I go along, because that's the whole point of it. And I will keep going. So we have a frog collection. The majority was from my great uncle on my dad's side. You don't talk about real frogs, obviously. You're talking about statues and a frog collection. Yeah, I never collected frogs. I, everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people have some sort of collections that they like. And I always collected owls. But then when we moved, I just didn't. Oh, okay. Yeah. Um, yeah, I actually love frogs. I think frogs are really cute. There's nothing I don't like about them. I'm not fond of cane toads. They're not particularly nice looking, and they're a menace over here. They're a real menace over here, actually, cane toads. But I do like frogs because they're. I remember when I was a kid, there used to be so many frogs around, and it's sad now because you don't see them because of environmental. By we, I mean my mother. Your mother collects frogs. And why not? It's a good collection. I like the idea of having a collection of something if it's what you enjoy and you really like the creatures. And let's face it, um, you may as well collect figurines of them because sadly, frogs are you don't see them as much anymore. Environment, I don't know, even if, whether it's climate change or whether it's just urbanization, and because we're building up, getting rid of a lot of our wetlands and things like that, which is sad. A lot of the frogs that were around are just not anymore. So when I was younger, when I was a kid, I grew up here in Western Australia. So when I was a child, we used to always have a lot of frogs. We had a lot of it used to get quite swampy in parts of where I lived, and we used to catch tadpoles, and then they'd turn into frogs, and then we'd sort of release them again. Never kept them, we just well, you do when you're a kid, you collect things, and I remember one particular year we had sort of woke up. We had this trench, tiny little what would you call it, like a little stream outlet trench thing, that used to run out the front of the house, down the front of drainage easement, I think you'd call it. And we one year, one winter, there were tadpoles in there. We used to see them. And then one particular winter, one day we got up one day, and there was these billions of these tiny, tiny little black frogs all over our front yard, and they were really cute. But they were small. They were really small, so like tiny little black frogs, and they were a particular type of frog, but there were like so many. And the sad thing is that nowadays a lot of kids haven't seen a frog because things change so much, and I haven't seen a frog for years. So it's sad that you have to go to the zoo, the habitat, just to see a frog, and that I find that really sad. I find it sad that the children today won't have the experiences we did, because they're just, you just don't have them anymore because they're dying out, and that's the tragic part. That's really sad, but I guess it's just life, isn't it? It's just one of those things that a lot of these animals are. So, but I do love frogs. Frogs are they're adorable. My sister used to have a green, the tree frogs. They're lovely big green and gold frogs that. Um, and she was living with a lot of trees, and yeah, she just had them on her patio up in the balcony. There was frogs just sticking to the balcony glass and things like that where they did. So I've always liked frogs. I like the different types of frogs. We've had them in our yard. Unfortunately, a lot of them also fall prey to predators. And people have cats and dogs. Cats are the worst, but dogs as well. And they will hunt them and they will kill them, which is a shame. And so we're not getting as many. But yeah, I'm not that squeamish when it comes to certain things like reptiles and things. I collect Monopoly games, plushies, Amiibo video. Oh, it's the Amiibo. Amiibo? Okay. Video games. You have to tell me what Amiibo is. Video games, the triangle of trading cards, lanyards from conventions I attended, pins from said conventions, buttons from said conventions, Funko Pop. I know about Funko Pop. And business cards. Oh, you're a bit of a hoarder. I was bad like that. I'm also I've gotten rid of a lot of the stuff I used to collect because I've just run out of room. So yeah, I tend to keep hold of things too. So, but Monopoly games, you collect Monopoly games. There's probably money in those actually, because a lot of them are out of what they call them, out of print, or they just don't make them anymore. So if you got special ones, and yeah, so video games, the triangle of trading cards. My kids had a lot of trading cards. So people still collect trading cards. And there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody has to collect something. And lanyards from conventions I attended, and pins. I haven't attended too many conventions, so I haven't got a lot of things, but I have a tendency to keep, or used to, keep things like, um, sort of birthday cards and stickers from places I've visited. You used to be able to get, when you're traveling, you used to be able to go to a roadhouse, um, and sort of get print, stickers saying I've been here and I've been there and I've visited here and done this. Used to collect those, but that was a long time ago. And since have sort of fallen by the wayside, my collections of things, because when you move a couple of times, you have this tendency to, you know, go, do I really need this anymore? And it takes up a lot of room. We collect a lot of books. That's probably the thing that takes up the most room. And um, what I collect now is tend to collect art supplies, which because I'm an artist, it's very easy to do, and I have to really get out of the habit of having too many, because you can. Well, I always say you can't have too many art supplies, but that's not entirely true. You can have way too many art supplies. But I'm a bit of a bowerbird when it comes to things that are very colourful. So I will collect things like I like things that are brightly coloured. So I have a tendency to be attracted to um, rainbow coloured what do they call them? Like post-it notes and coloured pens and pencils, anything with a lot of colour. As you can probably tell from my artwork, my streams, I tend to like using a lot of color, and I have a tendency to also, that's the thing that my eyes zoom in on when I go shopping for things. And although oddly enough I don't wear a lot of bright colors, I just I like looking at them, and I like painting using them, because I it's sort of, you know fun. My first Monopoly game was a gift from my grandma. Now we are in a never ending war of kindness. The first convention ever was the local one in 2017. Amiibo are made by Nintendo and are used for Amiibo compatible games. Oh, yes, I think I know the ones you're talking about. I think I know that you can then you can use them in their little devices, I think. You can plug them in, and I remember this a while ago. Didn't really sort of do much with it because, yeah, I heard about them, but I haven't actually met anyone that collects them. So, okay, I don't even know how you pronounce it, but yeah, it's oh, there we are, little owl. Yep, the I assume, and I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you in the States? Are you in the US? Um, or are you elsewhere? I get a few people from the US, but if you're in the US, if you were in the US, it would be really early in the morning there. So it's about 3:15 in the afternoon here. So if you are in the US, you'd be up very late. So, but I thank you for joining my stream and for interacting. STES, Great Lakes region. Oh, okay. States, Great Lakes region. I don't know much about the US, unfortunately. Um, a lot of very interesting conversations with people who are from the US, because I've never been. And when I'm painting, I often will get people sort of saying, "Oh, we have this and we have that, and we have these animals." And it's really interesting because a lot of the animals you have there, we don't have in Australia. um, and we don't have bears, and we don't have um, oh, we have koala bears, but they're not really a bear. And we don't really have we don't have deer, not as such. We don't generally, not in Western Australia anyway, not just roaming about. We have more your marsupials and your smaller animals, and things like emus and um, sort of the bird type things. But yeah, we don't actually have a lot of oh, of course we have roos and kangaroos, because kangaroos are sort of everywhere now. So I think you probably got them in the United States as well. Um, from what I've heard, a lot of people have been telling me. Yep, we have emus as well. You have emu farms. Um, we have emu farms, but we also have them. They sort of roam around, not not down the street, but they do. They are sort of out in the bush, and you can come across emus. But we do have a lot of out in the bush. We do have a lot of wild boar and things like that, especially out up in the hills and things like that. There, people go hunting wild boar, but in general, um, yeah, we don't. We just have smaller things. But it is interesting. It is interesting to find out what people have in their regions they live. That region consists of Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, and Illinois. Oh, okay, nice areas, I've heard. So I don't. My geography is shocking. So I apologise if I don't seem to know that much. That's why I talk to people on here, so I can find out more about where people are from, and what they have in their states, and what's in their neighbourhood. Um, so you don't, let's see, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, and Illinois. What sort of animals do you get up that way? Do you what sort of the larger ones do you get bears, or is that not really the area, the right area for those? Um, I guess it's similar to Australia. People sort of say, oh, they kind of expect that there'd be certain animals around all the time, but it's not necessarily always the case. It's generally, is it similar? Is it similar to that you just generally there are not just bears roaming around down the street? Obviously not down the street, but in the woods and things like that. Um, it's like in Australia, there's not like kangaroos everywhere, but it's interesting to find out what people have. Like I said, it's I always find it really fascinating. Um, and the different areas have different creatures. So yeah, I like hearing about different parts of the world and what people deal with. So let me see. I am painting this owl moose. Oh, you get moose there. Okay. I thought moose were generally from. Are they like you closer to like Canada? Have moose? Moose, bears, rarely, but not impossible. Deer and horses. Oh, we have horses too, so that's not too bad. I've never seen a moose. I know that they're very, very big, um, and I've heard, a lot of people are sort of saying that they're quite. A lot of deaths are caused by moose, aren't there? Like usually because they're. I don't know why. I'm guessing they can be quite unfriendly. um, like a lot of wild animals, you don't necessarily want to go up and pat one. Um, we don't get them here. We don't tend to get deer and things like that either. Uh, Mostly, like I said, we don't actually get a lot. We just get the standard, but we do get a lot of the small furry critters. Oh, and elk. You're similar. Elk are those things with the great big antlers, aren't they? Like big stags. Elk are similar. They're big as well, I think, aren't they? Yeah. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to um, other places in the world. I only know a few facts about different places. So, but elk and moose, yeah, we don't even get them in our zoos. It's a bit sad, really. Um, but I guess the climate here is not really, friendly for having certain animals, keeping certain animals. It's a bit like we had a polar bear in the zoo, but it's not really fair to keep those sort of animals, which it's not their climate. And it's so warm in Australia that you know having them at the zoo is not really fair to keep them there. But I guess that's just one of those things. How am I going to do this owl? Keep on trying to paint his eyes, not quite getting it. So it's quite tricky. I'm going to slowly start to try and build it up. I think it's going to require a bit of detail on the face before the time I actually get it the way I want it. Every time my mother goes horseback riding, there is a chance to witness deer and elks. Oh, lovely. Very nice. Yeah. We like I said, we don't see any of that. Um, and when you're horseback riding over here, you generally only see things like snakes in the warmer weather, and also things like it depends on what part. There's different parts of Australia have different things, but Western Australia we don't actually have a lot of things in the bush. We do have the what do I call them? No, we don't. We don't get really get. We do get emus if you're going driving along the heading towards away from the main city, you do see emus. I think there were even emu farms over here. They tried to have emu farms, but we don't get any of the big ones anyway. Headed to bed now. Sorry I couldn't stay longer. Oh, thank you so much anyway for popping in and having a chat and letting me know all about what you're up to. Amiibo and all the collections and the game design and what you're doing, because it's always interesting to talk to people when streaming to find out the different parts of what they do and where they're from. So thank you so much. It's been nice. It's been fun having a chat to you. So thank you for dropping in. And yeah, it's really good. So have a very nice sleep, and it would be very late there or very early in the morning, I'd imagine. So I think you're about 12 hours difference. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you again sometime. And I will, let me have a look, see if I can follow you on Twitch or Twitter. Twitch, Guru of the Lost Fog. Nice. So let's see. Oh, well, there you are. Add a friend. Can I follow you? Oh, I must be following you already. Okay. I will keep an eye on you if you're next up, and I will, yeah. So thank you again. I really appreciate it, and yeah, catch you next time. And in the meantime, I think I will continue on with my streaming and see what I end up with. And yeah, it's wow. Oh, how far have I streamed? How long have I streamed now? Oh, 1.5 hours. Well, there you are. And it's always nice when people pop in and join me. So I'm going to keep working on this owl, and I will see how I can manage to fix him up, add more colour to him. Oh, I've pulled it down a bit. My camera's moved, and hopefully we'll see how I go. All right. So I will. Oops. I've lost my. Oh, there we are. Okay. Back to it again. What am I doing? So let me see. What am I doing? Alrighty. For some reason, the chat window that I've got here seems to have. Oh, it's not. It's disappeared. Well, that's a bit rude. Never mind. Hopefully, I'll be able to see if anybody else sends a chat. Okay, I'm still learning my stream, so I'm still learning how to fix things, and hopefully, my computer's not doing strange things. All right, onward. Blue color, and I'm adding. Oh, I'm adding more colors to my owl. If I can move him so that he doesn't get a bit lost. Okay, let's just. All right, close this off and get back into here. All right, so what do I need to do? I need to add some blue to the face. As I said before, I'm trying to add. Where am I doing? I clicked on something and now I can't see my messages anymore, which is a bit rude. Apologies to anyone who's watching and doesn't know what the heck I'm doing. I will try and. Okay. For some reason on my chat window in OBS Studio, I clicked on a name and I can't disappear it. So it's coming up and it's blocking my chat. So I'm not sure what I need to do to get it to appear. And hopefully, all right. All right. Yep, I honestly don't know what I'm doing here. Anyways, I shall continue painting and I'll try not to think about it too much. And hopefully I'll be able to, if somebody's chats, I'll be able to see it. Anyway, that's some interesting things you find out when you're streaming and you're not sure what you're doing. So I'm going to keep on painting my. I will. Where we are. Put some blue, more blue in the face, and try and get some colour in here. And I'm hoping I can. Here we are. So if you'd like to have a chat, and I apologise if I don't respond straight away, I'm having some difficulties with my stream where it's been what I can see on my stream chat in OBS is being blocked by a panel which for some reason does not seem to want to go away, and I'm trying to unblock it, but it's yeah, it's not I'm not sure how to remove it. Oh, hang on, here we are. Exit out of there. Oh, okay. I think I fixed it now, so thank you for having patience to not yeah. I'm going to just excuse me a moment while I try and fix up my stream, and then I'll get back to what I'm doing. Okay. Alrighty. Just pop that there. Anyways, I'm going to continue to just scroll this down. That's better. Okay, I'm going to paint this if I can. Oh, where are we? Right. Okay. This owl is proving to be a little bit challenging in that it's not quite coming together in the way that I would like it to, and I'm hoping that if I adjust my camera, that I might be able to move my picture down a little bit and my camera up a little bit, or not. Whoops, sorry if I'm messing about too much. Anyway, so it's probably better if I don't mess about too much with my camera. So I'll just zoom in. Okay, zoom out. All right. I'm going to continue to paint my owl picture and hope. Yeah, I'll push him back up the page. Move my camera outward. Ah, that's better. So having my mobile phone set up as a camera is a little bit tricky because I'm never sure how much it shows, and I'm trying to paint to fix up the face, but it's not quite turning out the way I intended. But anyway, what I'm painting is a barn owl, and the barn owl has this lovely orangey colour, and I'm going to continue to paint a sort of a burnt sienna colour. I'm trying to get some blues and browns and mix some dark blue into the feathers to give it more of a colour. So I'm going to zoom out a bit. Here we are. Excuse me. There is definitely a challenge in here in trying to get this darkness in the owl, whoops, in the shadow, and try not to drop my paintbrush on my page. So what I will do is add some orange. I have an orange somewhere, and I might have to mix up a little bit of red with a little bit of brown to get us the colour I need. That's better. And a little bit of yellow. And this is the beauty of these watercolors. You can overlay several times, or you can, just use whatever. This is a very dark. Okay, so this owl has quite a bit of dark shading in here, And I was trying to go a bit too light and a bit too careful. But the problem being, of course, that the more the more careful you are, the less risk you take, and then you end up playing too careful. So what I'm going to do is be a little bit bolder and just wing it. Pardon the pun. I'm going to add some of the darker shades in here, make it up as I go along. There's sort of a darkish colour in here. It's orange. I'm going to put a bit of orange in here and give him some shading. Yeah, that might work. I haven't been very bold, and in my usual style it is to be quite bold with my painting, and so I'm going to just try and alter the way I've been doing things. Yeah, I'm going to add a bit of orange to here, and I usually do. As I said, I'm usually very quick to put in different colours, and I was playing a bit careful. So what I'm going to do is add in a bit bolder, a bit brighter, and I can always remove, well, I can't remove it, but I can just build up the colours elsewhere. If I find I'm getting too, see if I can get my orange. I'm going to reach for my other paints. In here, I have a nice collection of, whoops, trying not to spill them. So here we are, a nice collection. But what I'm finding is I'm not quite getting the colour that I'm after. And I do have a lot of oranges and reds, but I've run out of a lot of colours. So I'm going to, whoops, see if I can find or mix a colour which will be close to the colour I want. So what do I have? I have a red. Okay, what I have in my collection of watercolours, several oranges and some reds and some pinks, and that will sometimes work. So do excuse me while you hear a lot of noise, because it's just me fumbling for my paints. All right, so when I'm painting, I will actually change my mind several times as I go along, and sometimes I don't have the colour I want, and I'm shaking the paints. I will just make it up, and at times I figure that if it's not quite going the way I want, I will make it up. I will just change my mind. And that's what I'm about to do. I'm about to add colours to it that aren't there, my usual style. And of course, as per usual, I have this very vibrant orange, and I'm going to add that because I realised that what I was doing is playing it too cautious, and that's not my usual style at all. So I am going to add this beautiful, vibrant orange, and I can dilute it. And this is what I'm doing. I'm going to add these vibrant colours. That's what people are used to seeing when they watch. So apologies to anyone who's watching that's expecting me to go very bright, and I shall. And that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to slowly start adding the more vibrant colours because it was very light and I wasn't happy with the way it was turning out. And as you can see, I'm going very dark now, but I will actually dilute it. And I will be a lot happier with it once I've been a bit more bold, because part of the problem is I found this lovely picture, and the thing that attracted me the most to it was the fact that it was so bright, and what I'm doing is playing it cautious. So with my usual style, I tend to go in very light and add colours and then remove colours and so on. But what I was doing with this case was, because I wasn't too sure about how it was going to turn out, I was playing it a bit too safe. So instead of doing that now, I'm going to start being a bit more bold with my colours and building it up, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, I'm doing this as an exercise to try and, I don't know, experiment with the colours and things like that. And it doesn't help if you are a bit too cautious and you are playing it a bit too safe. Now, the paintbrush that I'm using is not cooperating, but I might get a different paintbrush. I'm going to feather it out and give it a bit of depth. It's difficult to do from this angle because I'm being right-handed. I can feather it out. I like that. It's working out quite well. So here we are, under here, and my owl friend. Here we go. So here we are. I'm trying to use the brush to get the texture of the feathers so that I'm not having to actually paint it too much. I'm utilizing the type of brush to give it a bit more interest. And this isn't going to look particularly realistic because even though they are quite orange, they have also a lot of white. But what I can do is go over it later with some white paint and just put in a few brush strokes, I guess you'd say, just here and there. Or I can just add get a white gel pen, which I sometimes do, and I can just give it a bit more, bring it forward and just make it a little bit more colourful and bring out some of the white in the feathers, which I'm removing at the moment. In here, they have a lot of orange, and I will layer the colours, make it thinner, and actually layer them because I haven't really added a lot of orange to this, and the owl itself is quite orange. So as you can see, I'm using my paintbrush to create the texture in the feathers, and I'll continue to. You don't have to have a lot of paintbrushes. I have a few because over the years I've collected them, but not all of them are suitable for different things. But I do actually like to use. See this one here that I'm using at the moment. I don't know if you can see it. It's been used a lot, and the bristles are separating where I don't want them to separate. I have some other paintbrushes. I'm trying to find them. Oop, here we go. A whole gamut of different paintbrushes, and I use them for different things. So sometimes when I'm painting with acrylics, I will use brushes specifically for acrylics, and sometimes when I'm using watercolors, I will use acrylic brushes. But as long as they're soft, I'm not too keen on brushes that are very, hard bristle. Like the acrylic brushes are very similar to my watercolor brushes, so I'll constantly be cycling through several brushes at any given time when I'm painting. And this is what I'm doing now. I've got this little brush, which hopefully will do what I'm trying to have it do. And yeah, that's better. Oop, I'll just move and I will add some brush strokes. It's a bit bold. It's not exactly what I had in mind. So I'll go back in and use the tip of it to dilute that a bit and spread it out, like along the edges. Add some more orange, add some more green, and that will sometimes work better than if you're trying to do everything with the one type of brush. It doesn't always work. So I'm going to just keep adding the colour to my owl and see how I go. Here we are. It's starting to look a bit brighter, which is the effect I'm trying for. And sometimes you just have to try and get away from the trying to get it right. And I'm going to add some lovely bright orange colours here. And in here, you can't really see. And the beauty of using these particular watercolours is that you can use them quite strong or you can dilute them a fair bit. So in this, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to use a combination of very diluted paints and also quite bold. So we have this area which I haven't been. Okay, so I'll go over it. And you can go over it with these paints quite nicely, but you've got to be aware that if you're not careful, you can actually muddy it up. I've said before that they don't get particularly muddy, but if you mix too many colours all at once, you do sometimes end up with quite dull, a dull sort of effect. So I'm like colouring it in, almost like I have a like a paintbrush, or not a paintbrush, but like I have a pencil and I colour in like that. And it does get lighter. They do have these lighter feathers. I'm trying to not work the paper too much. Whoops, I'm throwing my paintbrush away. I'm just trying to, whoops, too much water. So here we are. And as you can see, I've actually put quite a bit of orange over here, but I can pick that back up again and spread it around, which is what I'm doing. And I will add, never sure how these are going to go, but I'm trying to get an idea of how I want to do this. But it's quite tricky because the owl itself has so many different shades of color on it. I'm not too sure. This is one of these instances where I am just seeing how it goes. So I honestly don't know what we're going to end up with. A lot of orange, a lot of browns. Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. So I'm going to add some of the lines in, and I'll work over it and keep working over it. So, but what else would I do on such a beautiful Sunday afternoon? And I will add. I'm going to try and use a paintbrush to add some lines in that just to show the direction of the feathers. And as I said before earlier, this pad that I'm using is a field pad, not a watercolor pad. So I'm quite conscious of not soaking the page too much, because if I soak the page too much, it tends to buckle. And I'm getting a bit of buckling here where there's a lot of water and it's dipping down and so on. So I'm trying to be very careful not to add too much water into it. But it's quite tricky because with the watercolor, that's that's sort of what you end up with anyway. So um, I have actually added a lot of orange, and they have these lovely feathers which go up. Trying to get the form. It's kind of tricky when you do birds because you never know um, how the feathers, you've got to be very careful of how you paint the feathers and how they sit, because if you don't do it right, it ends up looking rather strange. So I'm going to put some orange in here, quite bold orange, because I think it needs it. And they have this brownish, I'm not sure what I've ended up with. Let's see. And there is, I don't know, you can't see what I'm painting at the moment because I've zoomed in. I'll zoom out so you can see more of the whole bird. I think that's about as far as I can zoom out. So I haven't drawn the whole bird in here. I've just done the upper body and some of the way the feathers fold, the wing folds under, and this is the underside of the, I think that's still part of the wing. So I'm going to, it is tricky not to overwork the paper, because if you overwork the paper, what happens is it gets too soaked, and then you find that it's very hard to, it just won't take any more color and it'll get saturated. And at the moment, I'm not too sure where we're going to go from here, but I'm going to keep working. And as I said, if there's any questions you have at all about what I'm doing and what I'm, sort of anything about the owl, even if you want to know what my plans are for it, which is basically, I don't know. I'm working that out as I go along. But the idea is to show this beautiful, I guess it's sort of a mostly orangey owl here. It's a barn owl, and I'm trying to get the idea of the color without making it look too colorful, I guess. It is colorful, but they are also like quite mottled, and they have this nice yellow ochre, which I may bring in some yellow ochre actually, because they are sort of a browny, orangey color in places. But I don't mind the way this is turning out. I'm quite happy with the way it's turning out, and yeah, bright orange again, which is what I seems to be a color I use a lot. So I'm trying to see what I'm doing here. So there's some white in here, but I haven't really included a lot of white. I will build up some tone here. There is where it goes from an orange here through to the white on the chest. There is there's some sort of green with the highlights, and there's green lighting. So I'm going to keep adding orange to under here as well as the green to give it a bit of they do have a lot of brown and orange in their feathers. So just excuse me a moment while I have a hydration break, because my throat's getting a bit dry. Excuse me. That's much better. I have to, looking at the picture and assessing it, what I'm going to have to do is create more of a detail in the face, or build up the face a little bit more. But what I'm doing for now is I'm adding some more orange in here, and then I can go back over it with a paler color. It is actually quite pale in here, so I may have to build up everything else around it. They have some white feathers here, and I can go over it with white paint later on. And I'm sort of trying to get an overall tone. What am I doing? It's white in here and a very orangey sort of colour in here, I guess you'd call it. So we're getting a nice mix of a green and an orange. And if you are anywhere in the world, you've pretty much seen these. These owls seem to be everywhere. I'm going to just paint, and if I don't say much, it's probably because I'm right in the middle of focusing on what I'm doing. I will occasionally think out loud, which is what I do, and hopefully you can forgive me if I appear to be rambling. I need to get some more detail in. And sometimes when I'm painting, I have a tendency to, it's almost like speak to myself. So apologies in advance for talking to myself. But I'm going to, let's see, I'll zoom in again if I can, if it lets me. Here we are. To try and work out what's happening in the face. So I'll keep painting. this owl is actually proving a bit of a challenge. Oops. Okay, that's fine. I've zoomed right in so I can see what I'm doing. I'm not 100% certain. Okay, I need a different paintbrush. Let us see now. A fine paintbrush or a very, very fine paintbrush. See if I can find my... I can't seem to locate my very fine paintbrush. Where am I? It is... Oh, here we are. I've put it to one side. All right. What am I doing now? Let us see. So there's brown in here, and there's orange in here. Build this up. Okay. In here... Oop. They are very interesting creatures. They have this brownishy orange colour in alongside their beaks where the feathers are. And it gives it this interesting, they give them these interesting surprised expression. And I do like that. They're really quite cute. So I'm just going to make an effort to add some colour here. I will have to zoom in on the eyes and work out what they have. Very rounded eyes, but I don't actually have a reference. The reference was very difficult to get an idea. And I'm not sure I'm putting the colours in correctly, but I'll keep going. Yeah, the eyes don't quite look right, but as with most of my pictures, I will actually keep zooming in and working on it until I find what it is that doesn't work, and then I will just do everything I can to sort of fix it up. So there we are. It's starting to look a bit better now, and I'm quite happy with that. And there we are doing this. All right, so I'm streaming until 5. So what's the time now? It's about 4. So we've got another hour of live streaming, and I hope you'll be able to join me. I'm going to. This is a slightly different approach to my other ones. It's a lot easier to do the other owls and eagles because there's so many colours. But when you've got something quite subtle, it's hard to get an idea of how you want to do it without it looking a bit strange. So easier to work with lots of colours, not quite so easy when there aren't a lot of colours. And I'm trying to give it that, to get some of these tones in so you can see the beak is quite interesting. I'll try to put the beak in and give it some. It's an odd angle because it's like a 3/4 angle, so you're not actually seeing all of his beak. And oh, excuse the throat. I'm a bit of a dry throat today because I've been out in the garden and I've picked up a little bit of a sore throat. So also I do suffer a bit from hay fever. So I think just being out in the garden, it might have triggered something. But anyway, here we go. I will zoom out on my picture reference so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. All right. There is still a lot of depth to this owl, and I will continue to add different tones and shades. My next picture will most likely, I'm going to attempt to do a portrait of someone because my background is in portraiture, and while I absolutely love doing birds, and don't get me wrong, I love birds, I love the different colours and things like that. I think what I might do is, unless I get some feedback otherwise, I will most likely just see if I can do some other animals, or I'll do a portrait of someone, and we'll see how we go. I'm going to just add this. Here we are. There we go. So thank you to everyone who has looked at my other streams, and those that have followed. I do appreciate it. It's very nice when you get feedback. And I'm more than happy to. If anyone has anything they want to ask me, even later on when you're watching the stream and you have a question, please feel free to send me a message on Twitch or my Instagram or something like that. Every picture that I paint, I do once I've finished and I've done all the tweaking, I do actually post it on Instagram and I do post it on Facebook as well. So if you ever want to see how they turn out afterwards, you'll be able to see it on on that social media. And in here, I will add some more orange and grey. So this owl will end up looking a bit more, yeah, it'll be a bit more orangey than I had intended, but that's all right. I don't mind if it's going to look a bit. And I will go over it with blue because the contrast between the orange and the blue is really nice, and I do like it. So I need to add some more depth to his face, and I do need to add some more depth to the body. So if you have any ideas, if you're watching and you have any ideas of what you might like to see me paint, I would love to know, and I will see what I can do, because it's nice to do. Sometimes it's hard to think of different things to paint each week when I'm streaming. I have a few projects that I am working on or that I would like to work on and pictures I would like to draw. Um, and I will slowly start incorporating them into my stream, the ones that I do like to do. And we will see what we end up with. But so, and sometimes it might be birds of prey. Other times, who knows? Maybe I'll paint a picture of a frog, or I will do something like that. So, if you have any questions about any of the techniques as well, please feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to pass on anything I know. So here we are. Okay, so talking about the owl in this particular instance is I found a picture of the barn owl. And I have been doing other owls, if you've been watching my streams, you'll know I've been doing other owls. And I wanted to do something just a little bit, I guess something a little bit different. And I've done a lot of eagles and owls, and I love doing eagles and owls. I just liked, I guess I just like the different, oh, what are they? Sort of the different expressions on the birds of prey, which is the reason I generally do birds of prey. But yeah, sometimes it'd be nice to do something a little different. So I might go back in and possibly do maybe do frog or something like that. Somebody earlier mentioned they collect frogs, so and there's some lovely frogs, so I might do those. Um, so working with a bit of a background on these Dr. Martin's Hydrus, I came across them quite by accident once in a local art supply store, and I honestly had not ever heard of them, and I did not know what they were and what they did. I thought that all watercolors were liquid, but in a different sort of a way. And I didn't realize that you could actually get them already pre-mixed up, which is great. And instead of having to, get your palette and mix up the paints and get them to the right consistency, they come already liquid and vibrant and very nice. So I thought, I know, I'll give them a try and see what they're like, because my style is quite I do a lot of glazing, so I do a lot of thin layers, and I find with pans and tubes that I wasn't able to mix. I actually wanted to do more. Um, by the time I'd mixed it to the consistency that I wanted, thin enough that I wanted, it would dry out, or it'd be too thick or anything like that. So I ended up getting quite frustrated. And when I'm on holiday, I do use the travel pack, so the pans. But when I found these particular products, these particular watercolors, and I first started using them, it was an absolute delight. And they're still my go-to. They're still my go-to, generally my go-to watercolors, because as you can see, and I can dilute them and they will last for such a long time. You can get so much value from each picture, so much, so many pictures from each drop of paint, that it makes them really good value for money. And so, and I just like working with them. I think the level of vibrancy and the degree of control I have is really suits my style. So, and I do love how vibrant they are. They work with they work with a lot of different paints too. You can use them with gouache, and I often will do. Generally use them with gouache, or I'll use them with other. Oh, fluffing a bit. Um, yeah, use them with other sorts of paints, or I use them with other sorts of watercolors, and they work really well with pen and ink as well. So yeah, if you ever get a chance to try them, or you ever come across them, do consider buying some basic, um, the basic colors, just to try them out, because it's I really recommend them. They really work very nicely, and so I will always endorse, even though, as I said before, I'm not sponsored by them, so I don't get paid by Dr. PH Martins, but I do like to tout them, to put in a good word, as it were, for these particular paints, because they're just absolutely delightful to use. So, um, and I haven't actually gone wrong with them. That's never steered me wrong yet. The only thing to remember is that they're not really suited for, if you're taking them, if you want to use them for traveling, or you want to use them outdoors. They're not really geared. They're not really geared for that, because of the bottles and things like that. You can put them in water brushes. I have tried that before. But what I find is that then they're too strong in color. They're not dilute enough, and then you still have to have a water brush to dilute them. So for the purposes of my style of painting, I do like using these paints. As you can see, it's getting quite complicated. I'm using a lot of different, what would you say? I'm using a lot of different tones and things, and I'm slowly starting to build it up. And with this owl, it's a slightly different situation, to because they have this mottled. They're not that simple to do. I can make it very simple by just ignoring a lot of the detail, but because I'm a technical artist, I like to put in extra detail. So I will continuously work on it until I'm actually happy with the way it looks. So you'll find me working over the same areas. I'll go back in, I'll add more color, I'll add more tone, and there are there's lots of interesting things to do with the barn owl. And why I chose it, I have absolutely no idea. I guess because I really liked the mottling, and I really liked the colours, and I really liked, just they're really pretty, and I do like owls. So I am just working out. Oh, here we go. Um, just going to. It's looking a bit muddy in around the wing here. Well, not muddy, but sort of mottled. But the actual reference shows it having lots of different coloured browns, and so I'm going to just work with that. I'm going to build up this area in the wing here a bit more, and I think I'll have to get a lot bolder. I haven't really been, as I've said before, I've not really been bold with it. I've been being quite cautious. So I think it's time for me to stop being so cautious and start taking more chances. So what I will do is add, there's a lovely, as I've said before, this is lovely green, let's see, a combination of, say, sap green and this turquoise or aqua blue. Oops, and I'm trying to mix it. Oh, that's a bit dark. And this is what I do. I'll test it. I'll test it on my piece of paper until I get sort of roughly the shade I'm after, and then I'll put it on the page. So I'm building up this blue, this so lovely turquoisey blue color, and I really wanted to show that in the painting. So I will actually add it some more, about darken the colors and make it more green or make it more turquoise, because I'm trying to find out what I'm doing here. Oh yeah, that's the leg, start of the leg. That's the chest. And half the time I have no idea what I'm doing. So it doesn't really matter if I've gone a bit bold. And I think part of the thing that works well with watercolors is if you just go a little bit bold. Sometimes it does. And if you go a little bit too bold, then I guess it doesn't really matter overly much. And I have a bit of green in here. Okay, so this is the bit of the tail. You can't see me painting it because I'll just push this up a little bit more. This is a bit of the tail I haven't been painting, and I probably should have done. It's quite green in here, with the reference picture, because I'm guessing because the way it's sitting and the way the light is hitting, and I can add some more tone, stronger tone. I haven't done the whole bird because I find that if you do the whole bird, unless you've got a very big picture, you can't really focus on details. And I really do like the details. So I'm going to keep adding colors to this until I get it the way I really want it. And there's something you have to be careful with watercolor, is to keep your brushes, to keep your palettes and everything, if you can, like dust free, because if you don't, what happens is you end up with fluff on your picture and you can't always take it away. So I have to be very careful. I'm looking for a very particular blue and I'm not sure I have it. Maybe it's the cobalt blue I'm looking for. I have quite a sometimes looking for a particular color can be quite challenging, in that if you can't find the color you're after, it gets a little bit frustrating at times. That's the color I want. And sometimes you think you've got the right color, and then by the time you dilute it, it's not exactly the color you want. So I think I have the right color, and it's probably a phthalo blue, but never mind. It doesn't matter. Oops. And of course, I have added too much blue. So I'm going to dilute that. I'm thinking that a clear cobalt blue is the way to go. And I think, since I have used blue before, I have it on my palette. But the problem, as I said, if you don't keep your palettes clean, or if dust gets on it, it's sort of muddies your paints a bit. So I'm going to add a little bit of this blue. I hope that's the right blue. Seems more, yeah, maybe. Okay. extra colour. And what I will do sometimes is if I find that my picture is getting a bit dull, I will just do a glaze of bright colour over the top. Like I'm doing that a bit here. You can't really see it, but there's quite a vibrant blue, which is not diluted all that much. And I will put the blues over the oranges here, and I'll keep adding colours to it until I'm happy with it. And sometimes it doesn't end up looking exactly the way I want it to, but that's fine too. I'm going to add some colours here, in here. There we go. We can, it's kind of cute. I like the owls because they are very alert and they make it such a pleasure to paint. Now, if I can just get this colour in here, and sometimes if it's too wet in colour, you find you don't end up with the right colours you want. And so I'm going to dilute it a bit. I tend to try not to work wet and wet too often. One, because it buckles the paper, and two, because I find that I like to have a bit of control over what the paint is doing. And even though watercolor, it's designed not to have a lot of control over, you can, to a certain extent, control the flow. So depending on how you do it, you can have some sort of control over the way it looks, or rather the way it goes. And what I will often do is put, like I'm doing now, what I'm doing is I'm actually putting color to try and bring that, the neck forward. There is blue in there. It does look decidedly strange, and I could go back over it with orange, but what I'll do at the moment is just put the blue in, add this color in here, try and emphasize some of the feathers, which we're getting a little bit lost. So there's a combination of greenish and blue feathers and orange. And so I think what I might do is I think I will probably end up having most of this done in the time that I'm streaming. So I am going to keep working on it. Here we go. Give him some depth. Often as not, I will end up with a picture that I'm not 100% certain about. And the more I look at it, sometimes if I just stand back and look at it, I can. Sometimes if I stand back and look at it, I find that I need to add certain things, or sometimes I like it better after I've finished it. Not always, but it might not be what I had intended in the first place, but in some instances, it's quite nice. So I'm definitely a firm believer in if it's not quite going the way you intend it to, or it's not quite working, to keep on going, just to see what you end up with. Because if it's not quite what you intended, then there's no harm in working on it until you get it to a stage where you actually really quite like it. And in 9 times out of 10, when I'm working on something, it doesn't always go the way I want, and I will have to work back into it. But sometimes it's always a surprise what you might end up with. So it's never a waste. And I do like to I'll dab some of the colour off. As I said, I've said before, keep at it. If it's something you really enjoy doing, and even if it's not turning out the way you like it to turn out, it's good to just keep going and see what you end up with. If you're going to get a bit down about, I guess it's a case of, well, if you're going to throw it away anyway, and I've said this before, then you may as well just keep going until you end up with something that you're at least if nothing else, you've actually learned something. So for this fellow here, I'm learning that he's a lot more of a challenge than I initially thought he would be. And I will keep going because I'm not 100% certain I know where I'm going with this. And I may end up with something I don't like, but then again, I may end up with something I do, but in a different way. So I'll keep painting and let's have a look. That's not looking too bad. All right, what have we got? We can add, I will add some detail. Sometimes I go in with a very fine brush and just paint a couple of little feathers in different colours. So, you can go back in afterwards. Oop, see, sometimes and then you end up with something bright, and I can go back in and remove it, or I could leave it. I'm going to remove it, or at least dilute it somewhat, because it's a little bit bright and not quite the colour I was after. But it is working. You never know. As I said, sometimes the picture will just work out and it'll do things that you're not expecting it to. Add some green in here. I have a tendency I don't like it when I don't like to waste things. So if I've spent some time doing it, I will keep working on it until I get it to a stage where I'm happy with it, or at least I can leave it alone and not touch it. And so sometimes it takes me a little while to accept that what I've done is not exactly what I had in mind. And I'm not always happy with the things I've done, but that's human nature anyway. Um, and I am my own worst critic. I will look at it often as not, and I will think, oh, okay, that's not exactly what I intended to do with that. And the reference isn't exactly what I had, or I'll think I've added some wrong colours, and it's very hard to remove them once you've got them in there. But I'm going to just keep muddling through until, and I don't mind this. I think it's coming along. And what usually happens when I'm painting, as I've said numerous times, is that I'm never sure. Like I don't know what I'm going to end up with. And sometimes it's really good. And other times I think that it's not. But because I'm biased and I can't really analyze my own work, I will often, be a bit too critical on my own work, and other people might find it okay. So that's just something to be in general in life, something to just be a bit conscious of. If you are not happy with something, it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's all a learning curve, and if you are unhappy with it, other people might really love it. So yeah, I guess it's just trying to stay positive when you are not too sure, and you keep going until you get it the way you like it. And as I've said numerous times before, if it's something you really enjoy doing, if you've always wanted to pick up a paintbrush and you've always wanted to paint, but you've never thought you were very good at art, or it's told yourself, or other people told you that you're not, it doesn't matter. Art is one of these personal expressions. If it makes you happy, then you should just do it anyway. Because at the end of the day, people are either going to like it or they won't, but it doesn't matter. As if you do it because it's a form of self-expression, then that's the best reason to do it. I don't do art to get accolades, clearly, or to make money, but I do it because I really enjoy it. And if I wasn't doing artwork, I guess I would be there'd be something lacking, and I do like to be creative. So, yeah, I think it's just a matter of not being so too harsh on yourself, and just get in there, give it a try. It's never, and you're never too old to start a new hobby, and you're never too old to pick up a paintbrush or anything like that. So why not give it a go? I mean, what have you got to lose, really? And as I said, it doesn't really matter. You do it for yourself, then it doesn't matter if you think nobody else is going to like it, because it honestly doesn't matter. It's for you, and if it makes you happy, that's all that matters. So yeah, that's my bit of sort of philosophy for my life. And yeah, don't let anyone tell you that you're not good at something. And even if you don't think you are, I think that if you want to do it and it's something that you've always wanted to do, give it a go. As you can see here, what I'm doing is I'm adding a bit of blue aqua around the beak. They have these quite delightful little feathers, and it's really hard to show because they are white and their feathers are so wispy. I don't know if I'll be able to show them in my picture, but I'm going to try show a bit of the trying to do the direction of the feathers on the face. I will zoom in on. I find that what I did last time was to zoom in on the face. Whoops. And let's see now. To zoom in on the face a bit. If I can move my chat box. I'll just move this over here. See if I can. I wonder if I can focus this. If I tap on my, sometimes I can zoom right in and it will focus, but not always. All right, I'll zoom. I'll see if I can. Okay, so you can see my, oh, here we are. The owl so far. Let's see if my, oh, there we are. Okay, so I haven't, oh, I'm going to put my work down. Trying to get it focused is the hardest part with, oh, what were we doing? Ah, there we are. All right, so he has quite a nice little different direction feathers. And I'll have to go in and fix up the eyes, because the eyes are actually the bits that make it look more like an owl. And I'm not getting what I'm trying to do here. So I also don't have a close up. I can't get close enough to my picture reference to get that effect. It's difficult. Let's see if I can get this owl. Owls are very tricky, and this particular owl is actually quite difficult. They have these beautiful pinched feathers. I'm trying not to put too much detail, but it's hard not to. Their feathers sort of sweep out, and their faces are so cute. I'm trying to have an idea on how I can fix up the face and make it look three-dimensional without putting too much, but I have to put some shading in amongst here. What I tend to do is I often will paint up to a point, and then I'll get some pen and ink, which is also something that's one of my favorite media, and I'll actually work over it to get the details and just get that level of control, which I really can't get with a paintbrush unless I work really close. And I find that I can't quite, often as not, can't get really close, as close as I would like to get that level of detail. So often as not, I could go back in with some different colors, and they have this ruff, a facial ruff, and it's still not exactly what I'm trying to do. if I can get the beak and the eyes the way I want them, then I know I've succeeded. And I haven't quite managed it, and I'm not 100% certain I know what I'm doing here. So I'll add a bit of shading under the beak here, under here. Here we go. And in here, I will add, here's an owl. So as I said, I'm going to, the next time I do a stream, I may do something a little bit different and do some, like a portrait of a person, just for something completely different. I've done a lot of pictures of colourful birds, and I've had some lovely comments, and I thank you so much for the lovely comments on the birds. Um, but I will do other things other than birds. So, all right, what have we got here? Okay, it's tricky when you are just focused on one area and you're trying to add some contrast, which is what I'm doing here. I'm trying to add some of the other little bits of the feathers. They have this several different layers here on the face, and they're quite lovely. So that it's hard to show the the depth in the feathers here. I'm trying to show it. I'm trying to show you what they have. They've also got these sort of little spots, and they're there we are. I can't get too close. Oh, here we go. I'm losing the picture. I can't get too close to the face, because if I lean forward, what'll happen is the camera will do something. I'm going to zoom out of my. That's better. See more of my room, but it doesn't really matter. That's better. I feel as though if I lean forward, you see too much of the top of my head. So to get the level of detail that I need to do, I need to actually bend right into to draw, and I find it very hard to do on with a camera there. So I'm going to continue on trying to get some of this tonal shading on here. You can get an idea of how it actually looks, because the bird is quite unusual, and I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of what its eyes do. All right, so I have another reference. Okay, so they're actually quite interesting. I may have to bring in some black, and anyone who's watched my stream before knows that I tend to avoid, as much as possible, using black where I can, because I'm never sure if the black is actually correct, if it's too harsh. So, and being that I'm um, have to use glasses, it's very hard to get details in, and I sometimes just have to go back in later when I'm not streaming and lean in and actually get in right up close and paint. If I'm doing it from a distance, it's quite tricky for me. So instead of using black, I tend to use a lot of ultramarine blue, sort of a dark blue color, because you can it adds more depth. Black tends to flatten everything down. So if I add dark blue, what happens is you find that some areas are quite, it's still wet, so you can't really see it. You can get more of a depth, because with the light from outside, and with the way the light reflects off your eyes and things like that, you can often get more of a bluishy tone anyway. So you're better off using a blue, a dark blue, than to try and get it to be and trying to get it into a black. Because once you add black to something, except for like maybe the right in the middle of the pupil, if you add black to something, what tends to happen is, yeah, it's very hard to add colors over the top, and then you've made something very flat. So it's better if you use a dark color, even if it's not a blue necessarily, but if you use even a dark red or something like that. And I will add a bit of dark here. I will do that, and sometimes I will go over areas in black, but I do like to emphasize, use the black just as a control. This owl, I haven't given him enough of a darker area. The eyes don't look inset enough. It's getting better. I'm adding and correcting, and I always add and correct as I go along, because you can't always necessarily get it right the first time, and it's nice to show everything sort of like the owls have got particularly round eyes, and I don't like to have them too flat. So I try and go back in and add bits and actually try and make it look round. So if you see, I always correct, and sometimes I'll go over it with white just to see if I can fix up things that I might have missed, or bring some of it back if I've added too dark a tone. Oh, I see what it is. The beaks are interesting. They have these very sharp beaks, but they tend to get a bit lost in the feathers that come down the nose. They're quite cute birds. But it is hard to see sometimes how they how the it sits around the face. Okay, so let's see, I've got two references that I use, and I can't always. One of the ones that I've used for this one is not light enough for me to see if I've actually done the owl correct, the eyes correct, and I suspect not, because it's sideways. It's getting better. What I do when I'm painting is, as I've said, I will constantly go back in and assess, and then make corrections to the drawing. I'm not always spot on straight away. And if I step back sometimes, and I will look at it and say, where do I need to add darker colors? Where do I need to add lighter tones? Do I need to add more blue? Do I need to add more orange? What's needed? So I will often go back in and add darker tones. And here I haven't actually, there's a darker area under the eyes, and I've allowed for it, but I haven't actually drawn it in. So I'm going to add it now. So it's looking a little bit less, um, it's actually looking a bit better. So it's more accurate. And I can go back in. At this point, I have a tendency to tweak. It's the best way to say it, is just to say tweak. And I will work out where I need to add, as I was saying, where I need to add more tone, how it's going to look, whether it makes sense. So if the underlying form is not correct, it doesn't matter how well you do your picture. If you get the drawing wrong in the first place, there'll always be something that won't quite sit right, and that people will pick up on, even if they don't know what it is. So if you're doing something that's interpretive, it's fine, because it doesn't matter how you do it, if that's your interpretation. If it's an abstract picture of an owl or something like that, and you've made it kind of look owl-like, but it's not realistic, then it doesn't really matter. But if you've tried to go for an accurate rendition of something which is real, you have to just be a bit careful that at least the underlying form, you can do what you like in terms of, interpreting how it is or what the shape is, like this is the face and so on. But if you haven't got your proportions and things right, and you're trying to get it realistic, you will find, well, as a lovely saying, very colourful colloquialism is, you'll come a cropper. So, which means yeah, it'll all sort of not work. And I like to be a little looser, and that's the reason I use liquid watercolor. However, given that I'm from a technical background, I find that what I always tend to do is go back in and add detail because it's just what I do. And sometimes I will stop myself from doing that and I'll say, no, that's not what I'm intending in this particular instance. But other times I'll say, no, I'm going to add detail because I'm not happy if I don't add the detail that I want. And something will just be missing. And sometimes I will go in and add detail because I'm not happy with the way it's sitting, or I'm not happy with, there's just something that just doesn't gel for me. And so I will find I'll go back in and I will tweak and I will add, you know, extra level of detail that wouldn't need to add necessarily, but I like to add. Henceforth, or therefore, I should say, when I finish streaming sometimes, I will actually go back in most of the time, actually, to be totally honest. I find that the streaming, I will do the basic colouring, in this case, the owl. And when I have finished the last things, even if I've pretty much finished all the colours that I want to do, what I will do is I will go back in and I will, um, get some pen and ink and I'll add the fine details because it's not exactly finished for me unless I have added, until I'm actually very happy with things I've added. And if I look at it and go, that's what I was trying to do. And sometimes it isn't about that. And sometimes I don't need to go in and add bits to it, but sometimes I have a picture how I want it to look, and I will go back in and make it, conform to that picture in my head. I'll add some details so that it actually looks finished, polished. Because without those details, often as not, that my bit of pen and ink at the end, it won't look completed to me. So you'll see, if you watch any of my videos, what you will see is that what you may see on the videos, when by the time I finished, it won't necessarily completely match the picture that's on Instagram. You'll say, I don't remember that line being there or whatever. And that's because I will go back in with pen and ink. And that's the only difference you'll probably see. Sometimes I will finish painting on a stream and then I will come back in afterwards, once I've had a chance to just walk away from it and let it sit for a bit. I'll come back in and say, oh, that needs some more colour, or I will get my gouache out and I will add a few bits of shading or something like that. Not all the time, but a lot of the time I will. So, yeah. Okay, what have we got? So we're almost at the end of the stream. It's 2 till, I think I said I would stream from, it's 2 till 5, and here we're about 4:45. So I'm almost there, and I will be finishing up soon, unless, I'll just add some details, blobby details. Here we are. So owls are something I do like to paint. Birds of prey are something I do like to paint. And then the next thing, but I like to paint a lot of different things. So you may find that in some of my streams, I will sort of do, I might do different things. I plan on doing a picture of, I will most likely do celebrity pictures. I will do those often as not. Oops. You wonder what I'm doing at the moment. So, what I am doing at the moment is these birds have this pin feathers, which are actually quite interesting and they are detailed. I'm trying not to get too bogged down with the detail, but it's very distinctive on the bird. So if I just put in the indicator of what they are, they're it's quite unusual. Little feathers, they're quite um, yeah, they are a bit unusual. And then they're mottled, so painting them in is actually quite tricky. So I'll put in the detail like this and hope that it will translate. So, oh, it's is very tricky. I'm adding extra. These are the sort of details that you can add later, and it will either work or it won't. And I'm hoping in this case it will work. My reference is a bit strange. So here we have, they have these very particular markings, and you'll know if you've ever seen a barn owl, or if you see a picture, you'll see that those markings are actually what makes it. So hard to put in if you're trying to. I'm going to find it quite difficult because they also around here they have this dotty sort of. I have to go in with water, not water, with white paint and add extra details, within the feather that I'm trying to create here. So I'm creating the effect by sort of almost stippling with my paintbrush. But in cases like this, it often is where the pen and ink will come in very handy because you can get the detail in. And we have a feather which comes down here. And the mix of ultramarine and burnt sienna will give you this really nice darker brown shade, almost like an umber. And so I will paint that in to add the detail. And I'll probably keep painting even after my stream is finished because I want to get an idea of how it's going to look. And I can't do that if or I could stay on the stream and keep painting until I have to go. But it's a 3-hour stream, so I'm going to keep going for now, just so I can get this detail in amongst the feathers here. So it's sort of brown, mottled, very hard to paint. This is another instance where if you have a reference, it's not always easy to replicate it exactly, more to give it an idea of what you're doing, but quite tricky. So I'm not 100% certain I can put in the level of detail that I need to put in. It's more of an indicator if I can show what the feathers do to give it that very distinctive barn owl markings. And not always successful in watercolor. Sometimes you can get it in oils, sometimes you can get it in acrylics, sometimes you can get the detail you need using colored pencils. And with birds, it's quite difficult to get the detail in the feathers. It's a bit like if you are doing a portrait of a person to try and get every single strand of hair on the head. It's incredibly difficult to do, and you can't always get it. And sometimes you're better off not trying. So I'll keep going and see how I go with the detail here. I'm not 100% certain I'll achieve it, but as I said, it's not really about getting the detail super right. It's often as not, it's about the idea of it. So if the in here, there's a bit here, and then there's another bit that goes down here, and then in here there's also these lovely darker feathers, but you can't always see them. But if you can get them in sometimes, it's quite effective because the feathers will, there's so much more happening that you can't see sometimes in reference pictures. But if you can put them in to get an indicator of what's happening, you can kind of get a better idea of the form of the bird. So I don't know what's happening here. There's a, all right, let's see. If you're tuning in and you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm fixing, oh, not fixing, I'm actually painting a barn owl. And what I'm doing here is I'm attempting to get some detail in to the feather, but it's the feathers, but they're actually, it's quite tricky because it does go around, and I'm not sure which part is the feather and which one is actually part of the body. So I'm going to add detail and may also add detail with pen and ink so that I can find out what the feather is doing here. And okay, so yeah, I know it's not always about getting it right, and I've said this before, but sometimes you do need to get the basic form in, otherwise it does look a bit strange. So, and this is where I have struggled a little bit in that I find it quite tricky for me to not to put in the level of detail that I'm used to, and I like to get things right. So you'll have to please bear with me. And I'm trying to, there are some, there's a lot of these little round marks which I can put in afterwards, but I'm not actually sure where I'm not actually sure where they go. I'm attempting to put them in so that I can see how the markings go. And they are there. They're like sort of funny little pin feathers, and they do look a bit like, I don't know, look a bit like watermelon seeds. if I'm comparing it to anything, it really does, and they're very strange. But that's what gives the barn owl its distinctive. So you know that it's a barn owl and not just some other owl. They have this. Most of the time, I can just put in a little emphasis, like a little line. There's a bit of a color here, and there's a bit of a dot here, and you can get away with that in a lot of pictures. And in some instances, I will, and I'll just add in the direction because you don't always have to put in every single bit of detail, but you have to at least give an indication of it. And it's, if you don't, that's fine. But if you want it to look correct, sometimes, I guess you'd say, it does pay to put them in. So, me and my level of detail will always attempt to get detail in. Now, what I can't do with paints, I will, as I've said before, sometimes you just have to use what you have at hand and try and make it work. And this is going to take probably a little bit longer than what I was hoping it would take, because unlike the other ones, the other pictures I've done, it's not necessarily an easy level of detail. And I'm trying to get this shading, I suppose you'd say, right, so that you can tell where the plumage from the neck and then where the wing sits. So I will keep adding detail in until I'm happy with the way it sits. So here we have a little bit of dark here. It's just enough to show like the form. And this particular bird, I could actually add, I've got some black here. And sometimes the black will create those levels of grey that you wouldn't normally get if you just use Payne's Grey, because Payne's Grey, as I've said before, is actually a really nice blue grey colour. But sometimes you do need just shades of grey. And so I am going to get a little bit detailed. So if you're watching, and I apologise for spending some time on this, but it's really something that I need to do, see, in areas. And as I said with this, I've got to add some white to it to um, pick up some of that to make it look correct. Otherwise, it will look a bit strange. So the level of detail here, and this is tricky. If you're going to pick something like an owl or something with a lot of detail, maybe think twice. I probably wouldn't do another one like this. It's very tricky. I'm trying to get, not sure what I'm trying to do here. I do have there is a lot of grey. They have this mottled grey brown, and because I've already put an undercoat down, it's actually very hard to go back in. And I'm trying not to lean over what I've already done so I don't end up smudging. But what I will do is add a bit of black in here, and at least, and then I can go back in and add a bit of white, and it will give the effect that I'm after without actually having to paint in every single little pin feather. So I'll do that. Go in and follow this. There's a little shape there, and that goes like that, and that is it's hard. Um, there are, for those of you that aren't particularly fussy like me, you could probably get away with just putting, just emphasizing just bits or just indicating that there are bits there. But because I am as fussy as I am, um, I won't be happy unless I can have it look, yeah. I'm trying to break away from that, I promise. I do promise that this is not something I'm particularly proud of in terms of having to get it right. But sometimes if I'm doing something that is for a purpose, I like to at least have it look correct. So it's all my saying, it doesn't matter. And it really doesn't, but I'm at least trying to get it to, there you are. It's not looking too bad. I'm probably my own worst critic 9 times out of 10. I know I am my own worst critic, and I have to, sometimes you do have to learn to step back and say enough is enough, and this will do. And I think I'm probably going to have to do that with this one. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep painting because I want to get at least the basic um, owl almost finished. And he's coming along quite nicely. But as I said, I like to add detail and have it so that at least it's giving an idea on what I want to do. And I can dilute this out a bit. And this here, which is So to avoid this sort of very illustrative look, I won't actually outline things in pen and ink because it will end up looking a little bit strange. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize somebody had dropped in. Hello, Carla. Thank you for coming in. Oh, sorry if I didn't look up in time, and I'm I'm a bit distracted because I'm trying to get this owl to work. But thank you for popping in and saying hello. How am I? Twitch. How are you? Twitch is my break from work, and my teen son will be 17 in December. Oh yes, I've had a 17-year-old. I know what that's like. So thank you for dropping in and spending some time checking out what I'm doing. That's very nice of you. So, how's the COVID situation in your country? I'm guessing you're from the UK. It's decent in California where I stay. I work from home anyways. Actually, no, I'm not in UK. I'm in Australia. So, actually in WA in Western Australia. I'm the COVID situation here is actually okay. We've been very, very lucky in that it hasn't hit Western Australia too badly because our premier has, sort of closed up all the borders, and he's being very careful not to let anyone in. Um, but there's a very heavy quarantine, and yeah, they are being quite. I was almost close then. Only my boy goes out to work since he's a dead body actor. He's a dead body actor. Wow. So he actually plays dead bodies. What an interesting occupation. I think that's just amazing. So you work from home. Yeah, I don't work from home regrettably. I did at one point, but now I do work, but it's Sunday, so I'm not working at the moment, which is great. And yeah, well, COVID situation, like I said, it's we've been fortunate. In the UK, it's quite bad. In parts of Australia now, it's actually quite bad. In Victoria and New South Wales, it's been getting quite bad. But yes, he's that one disposable dead guy character who dies in crime shows and low budget slasher movies. Hey, yeah, look, everybody's got to be good at something. Hey, it does require it's there's quite a skill to it because yeah, it's very hard to lie still and be convincing. My daughter at one point was studying forensics, and she had to do a um, like a scene. My boy's done 17 gigs and he's murdered in all of them by women who were pissed at him. Girl power, am I right? He must be doing something wrong. I love it. This is great. I know I played a dead body once for my daughter's forensics thing. She had to sort of do a scene, and I was the victim, and so I had to sort of come home, and there was a mugger waiting behind the door who was just like a sort of a slasher movie, not quite, but we had the fake blood and everything, and yeah, she took photos at different stages. It wasn't video; it was just camera shots, and then you put it together, and we had the sort of come in and drag the blood down the door, and then sort of leave splatter around, and then the crime scene tape and all that kind of stuff, which was quite interesting and quite fun to do for a bit. The only thing is that fake blood tastes absolutely disgusting you know if you have to put it in your mouth. Oh, oh, that sounds amazing. And on theme with Halloween, yes. Is your daughter also 16 years old? My boy will be 17 later this year, as I said. No, my daughter's a little bit older than that. She's 31. She was studying forensics at university, but that was a couple of years ago now. So yeah, she hasn't been that age for a while. She still lives at home though, so we like to do Halloween stuff together. So even though it's not really an Australian thing, we do like to dress up and and sort of have the sweets there for the trick or treaters and things like that. So it's just so much fun. It's a shame it's not really an Australian thing, but they're slowly starting to get into it, I guess. So, oh, lovely. She must make you proud. My boy just ends up face down, butt up, dead lol. Hey, like I said, everybody's got to have a hobby. And if he does it well, why not? I mean, it means he's very good at what he does. And good on him. You know, it's a way to make ends meet. It's a way to at least you can got interesting stories to tell. I mean, the fact that he gets killed by women for all 17 times. I mean, at least we can side with the killer ladies. He probably had it coming, lol. At least he's appearing in movies and things like that. So it's still acting. It's still a. Oh no, what did he do to deserve it? Oh, clearly he's very good at playing those sort of characters. Typecast a little bit, but for his age, actually, he's doing quite well. Actually, getting roles like that. It's very hard to get into any sort of film and TV kind of sort of work. So why not? I think it's great. Good on him. I just find it a funny story, though. It's quite amusing. Oh. So he obviously really enjoys what he does, though. Does he still go to school, or I mean, be honest, who would you side with, the dead teen boy or the badass killer lady? Oh, I don't mind a badass thing occasionally. And it depends what the teen did. I guess it's a bit of a hooligan type. Then you sort of find that tend to side a bit like even though it's a bit extreme, killing someone just because they've pissed you off. But you know, I guess that's what makes those movies so popular and why they do so well. But it's good to have the occasional badass woman. It's always the guys that play the villains. So it's nice to have a good sort of female villain occasionally. So why not? That's what I say. Why not? My daughter is sort of really into the whole, because she did forensics, she just finds the whole thing. She has a lot of very interesting facts about serial killers, which is a bit concerning. Not that she's that way inclined, but um, yeah, she finds it fascinating. Oh, he goes to school. Oh, you're right. He's typecast. Like sometimes his character is just killed for fun, lol, no reason. Hey, he must be really, really good at playing those sort of characters. It's not that easy to play a character when you have to lie that still and not move. It's definitely a skill set. It's not everyone you know has that skill set, and to be honest, it's not a bad skill to have. I mean, if he ever gets in a situation where he has to pretend to be dead, like playing possum, he'd be really good at it. So at least there's always a reason for having certain skills. So I think he's got the advantage there if he has to. But yeah, typecast definitely. Haha, well, who knows? Maybe your daughter kills my boy in the future. Well, I'm on your daughter's side. Surely your son's not that bad. I'm sure he's a very, very nice, pleasant young lad. Um, but yeah, it's. Has he always wanted to do? Has he always wanted to do acting? Is it something he's really enjoys? Is it something he always wanted to do, or is it just something he does as a hobby? It's sort of it's very interesting. It's a very interesting field to get into, but very hard to get roles and things, isn't it? Like to find a role where you can actually get a part in anything really. It's so hard for people to break into acting and things like that. So even if he's only playing, dead bodies. Oh no, he's such a sweet looking baby blonde boy. He's super cute and pretty. Shame the women keep murdering him. Oh, poor baby. Poor little boy. But that's why he's got it, because he's got those classical looks. It's like, well, he didn't really deserve it, but you know, um, no, well, it's good. Maybe he won't end up just being typecast and just having movies where he keeps getting killed by women. So yeah, but it's odd. But I guess if that's what you're sort of always typecast as, it'd be very hard to break out of that, wouldn't it? Oh, well, at least he's got an interesting, at least has an interesting conversations. I mean, that boy's gigantic bum gets more screen time than his face. Oh, I love it. I love it. At least maybe you just get recognised just for that portion of his anatomy as opposed to his face. It's like, oh yeah, I recognise that. But and weren't you the guy that was playing dead on this particular show? Or oh, that's amusing. That is so funny. At least he's always got something to talk about, which is I should explain that. Oh, that is funny. No, it is. It's. Uh, I like it when people tell stories like that because it always kind of puts things in perspective. It's good that to hear about what other people do. That's different because people are always doing the same sorts of things. Oh, he's this or he's that, or he's you can say, oh, my son, oh yes, he's the one that always play. It's great. What a great conversation starter. I love it. It's really good. As opposed to me, I'll sort of go, oh yeah, my daughter, she knows everything about serial killers. It's like, yeah, that's a bit of a concern. He is always killed after getting literally stabbed in the back. The women have targeted his weak back, so he usually ends up with a knife, axe, dagger, etc., stuck in his back, and he ends up face down, booty up at the crime scene. Hey, maybe it'll progress and he'll end up like face up instead of face down. And again later at the morgue scene, he's laid out face down with his big fat bum sticking out like a heel. Oh, that's so funny. That's amusing. I like it. It is so funny. What a great career thing is just like, oh yes, I recognise that. Oh yes, that's my son. That's his butt there. Um, but having knives and things. Oh, I love it. It's funny. So clearly his portfolio is full of pictures of, or has it sort of plays very good at playing characters. Well, that's what happens when you're such a weak back. Uh, Doesn't really help if he keeps getting stabbed in it, though, does it? I mean, anyone would have a weak back if they kept getting stabbed in the back all the time. Or do you mean that he's actually got a weak back in real life? I'm not too sure. Oh, I love it. Oh, great. What a great conversation. It is amusing. So what do you do? You say you're actually working. Are you working at the moment? It's on a weekend, or are you having the like is it your weekend as well? Because yeah, we it's a Sunday here, so I'm trying to get some artwork done, some paintings, and I really do have to fix up the owl's eyes. I'm having some difficulties with the eyes. Yeah, he has back pain and a weak back, so probably getting stabbed in the back, that's easy kill for them. Oh no, easy target. Poor thing. Oh well, at least you got to make your strengths, you got to make your weaknesses into strengths, really. So yeah, that's why not? Why not? That's what I say. Sort of a very interesting way of looking at it. Oh, I do think that's funny. So clearly the directors are. You're a uni professor. I teach digital marketing. Oh, digital marketing. Okay, what's involved in that? It's just well, everything's digital these days, isn't it? So I'm guessing um, how to utilize things like e. Is it things like what do they call them? Email. I was working for a marketing company once. Oh, it was a little while ago now. They targeted the real estate market, and they did like e-letters, where email headers and things like that. And a lot of the marketing was involving creating those for real estate agents to use, so they could do their marketing via it's a ever evolving course in the digital space. I mostly teach analytics in the digital space and use data driven approach to make business decisions. Wow, okay, that goes way over my head. I really admire anybody that has that degree of skill. I'm find it very hard to well, basically anything to do with analyzing things, analytics. It's too close to mathematics for my. Oh, Boca Bashis. Hey, Harmony. Oh, hello, Boka Bashis. Thank you for dropping in and saying hello. So nice to see you. It's always nice to get visitors on the stream and have a chat, and it's really good. I do enjoy it. The Carla was just saying that her son is does acting where he plays dead bodies. He he always ends up playing roles where he's laying face down and bottom up in the air, where he's been stabbed. He was always playing those sort of roles. So yeah, it is funny. I find that really amusing. So you always get very interesting people when you stream. So yeah, it's how have you been? How have I been? I've been well actually. I've yeah, trying to get this picture done, but it's been a real challenge this time because it's not my usual picture, and the owls are a bit complicated, of course, but plenty of career opportunities since it's so tech driven. There's a lot of digital artists actually on Twitch, so um, yeah, it's sort of easy to I guess, suppose if you're into the digital era, it's I found it very hard. I did graphic design, but it's not there's not a lot of I find it hard to wrap my head around it. I like doing my art the traditional way. I've been pretty busy at work this week, but I'm a working admin and reception, so I have been busy. And yesterday I spent Boka Bashis. Yesterday I spent, or this morning actually, spent some time in the garden weeding. So yeah, it's not terribly exciting, I know, but had to be done. And yeah, I've never been a fan of digital art. Like, how can art be about drawing on a tablet? Lol. I'm old and I believe art should be on paper, not in ones and zeros. Oh, wonderful. Just what I think too. I I don't dislike digital art. I think there's definitely skill involved in it. And I've watched some digital artists on Twitch and they're quite amazing, but they're just instead of drawing on paper, drawing on the tablets. I can't wrap my head around it because I'm old school as well. And I find I like the idea of painting, and if you make a mistake, you prefer cartoony digital art at the most. Well, everybody's different. I mean, if everybody was the same, it would be a very boring world. And but the only thing about digital art that I find somewhat different and is is that if you make a mistake in digital art, you can just delete the layer, or you can undo. And with traditional art, you can't, basically, is what it comes down to. If you make a mistake in traditional drawing and you do something, you can't really fix it. And absolutely, they're skilled, no questions, but it's obviously more satisfying when you do it with your hands. I find it more satisfying. I've tried a bit of digital art, and I do use Photoshop, and I do use, I've done graphic design where I've used Corel Draw and those programs to create art and designs and things like that. But um, I love the feeling of just getting my hands dirty. Like I really um, I like getting paint on my hands, and I like touching things, and I like the actual idea of painting, with real paper, real paints and real inks, and seeing what it does, because it's to me, more of a sense of achievement for me anyway. That doesn't invalidate the digital ones, but for me anyway, for my style, I always think, it's a lot more satisfying for me to do it in I've a sense of achievement, I guess. That yeah. So Boka Bashis, tell us about you. Yes, Boka. In what context? Boka's very talented. She does. You do your sort of scrapbooking and things like that too, don't you? Um, it's actually very interesting. I used to do scrapbooking, but it's yeah, it's a completely different form of art, but it's still very interesting, just different. I think I'm right. Hopefully, I'm correct, and I haven't got that completely wrong. So I used to do scrapbooking, but not as much anymore. Oh, okay. So yeah, again, a lot of things have shifted to digital scrapbooking too, as opposed to watercolor and pen and ink. I do like watercolor and pen and ink, and you focus more on watercolor and ink. Yeah, there's something quite satisfying about working with watercolor and seeing if you can make it do what you want it to do. And 9 times out of 10, you can't actually get it to do exactly what you want it to do, but it's nice. It's nice seeing what it can do, you know. Oh my God, everyone here is an artist except for me. Well, technically, even my boy's an artist, face down, booty up, dead artist, but still. No, but it's nice to get people on Twitch who aren't necessarily artists. Some are gamers, some do sculpture, some just watch because it's a good community to get on there and see what people are doing. Once upon a time, it was a while ago now, they've stopped it, but a while ago, what got me onto Twitch was Twitch used to have this thing on here called Twitch Sings, and it was kind of a um, karaoke thing. And you used to just be able to go on, join up, and then do duets with people or solo. And they had these songs, and you could sing along, and it was so much fun, and I enjoyed it so much. And then Twitch decided that they weren't doing it anymore, and I think it just finished December last year. And yeah, and now I sort of really miss it because it was a good chance to meet people, and singing's a lot of fun. Um, and that's how I actually learnt. That's how I got involved in Twitch in the first place. And then my daughter, she streams, so she's a gamer, and she plays the computer games, and she streams, and she actually mentioned you should stream too. It's I've been wanting to like do YouTube clips. Well, thought about it. I have done a few Facebook ones, recording my art because people want to see. And I've wanted to do it on YouTube because I thought, I could at least show people what I do. And then when she said, Twitch does that, you could do that. I thought, oh, okay, I'll give it a go. She set it all up for me. And I honestly didn't think, to be totally honest, I never thought anybody would actually be interested in watching someone paint. It's like watching paint dry, and it quite surprised me. I mean, I know people like watching videos because you can fast forward past videos, but when somebody's actually live painting, I suppose you could just log off if you don't want to watch them, but if you don't want to hear them babble like I do. But yeah, it's been quite surprising, and everybody's been so nice. There's lovely people I've met, like Boka Bashis and Toku, and there's a few others who come on quite regularly and say hello and join in, and it's really nice. It's a good community. So it doesn't really matter if you're not an artist or anything. It's just nice to pop on and see what people are doing, and even just get some feedback or just chat. Because oops, there's a there's one that's for just chatting. There's a specific group that says just chatting, and yeah, that's all people do. They just get on and just chat, and that's quite popular. So I guess you don't really have to, be an artist on there. Some people just go on and chat. That's all they do, which is it's quite an interesting thing. My owl is lopsided. I'm gonna have to see if I can fix it. Yeah, it's the owl, as I've said, has been quite a challenge for me in this particular instance because it's not exactly turning out the way I want it to. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just not doing what I want it to. So I'm having to kind of fudge it, and yeah, it's hard. It's been quite difficult to get it to do what I want it to do, and it's been more of a challenge than my other pictures, that's for sure. It's coming along, and I know what I'm trying to do, but it's not quite, turning out exactly the way I want it to. Um, the the eyes have got to be much darker. Um, the shading in around the eyes have got to look more bulbous, I suppose. So he looks like he's having a very rough night. So I have to get in there and try and do something. I haven't decided yet. This is where I always play around and try and see if I can fix things that are not really working. And sometimes I overwork it. I'm thinking in this particular instance, I will probably need to get in there with pen and ink and try and fix up what I'm doing because I honestly don't know what I'm doing at this point. But hey, I will keep going and wing it. So, what have you been up to, Boka Bishis? What are you working on at the moment? What's your project? What's your current project that you're working on? I don't think I've actually been on and seen what you're doing at the moment. Um, so if you want to you know fill us in, that would be great. Fill us in on what you're up to. Be good to catch up and because I don't think I've actually had a chance to jump on. I have to make another drawing with the prompt spirits. Hmm, that's interesting because of the Halloween. It's just an Inktober thing, isn't it? Um, be interesting to see what you come up with. Oh, that should be fairly easy, yes? Or am I completely wrong on that? I did Inktober 1 year, but I haven't actually done it. After doing it 1 year, I didn't quite manage to do every single day because it was just too hard. I just ran out of puff, ran out of steam because my pictures were quite complicated. Just a normal ghost. I think I'm just going to make it simple, just a normal ghost. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, why make it harder for yourself when you can, keep it simple? Because I think we make things harder for ourselves sometimes. I also thought of drawing a ghost type Pokemon. That would be interesting. Who do I watch? Galacticat, I think, on uh, on Twitch, and she does a lot of Pokemon drawings, well, on occasion. And I think she did a Gengar and the other ones, the one that they turn into. I'm trying to think of. I can't remember Ghastlies and all them. So yeah, it'd be interesting to do. So at least most people know Pokemon, even if they don't really follow it. And I was thinking of that like creepy theory of Gengar being the shadow of Clefairy. Oh, okay. That's something I haven't heard. I haven't heard that version. It would be interesting to see that, your interpretation of it. Of Halloween coming up so quickly, and yeah. So Carla, whereabouts are you located? I don't think you said. Oh no, hang on. You probably did say earlier on. Did you say where you were from? Apart from maybe your boy in the um, playing, getting stabbed and things. Oh, you're in California. That's right. You said you were in California. So, what's the weather like there at the moment? Is it warm or is it cold? Um, Here we've got spring here at the moment, so it's kind of, changeable. It's not really um, behaving. Well, I won't say it's not behaving itself. It's doing what it's doing. But we have like this really days where it's like really warm, and then for no reason whatsoever that you can work out, it decides it's going to be blustery and rainy and stormy, and yeah, it's it's very very changeable at the moment. So lots of fun that to try and work out what clothing you're gonna wear because when it's like that you honestly can't sort of decide what you're going to wear from one day to the next based on that. Oh, let's just um, put that. Just put some. Excuse me a moment. I have got to cough because I haven't been drinking water. Give me a hydration break at the moment. Excuse me. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully, you didn't hear me coughing madly away because I tried to I try to put it on mute so that you didn't hear that, because it's nothing worse than hearing somebody sneezing or coughing away merrily. Um, yeah, so, okay, what are you doing? I'm going to take a little nap because I'm tired from going to the mall. Lols. Oh, yeah. Well, everyone's, been. So it depends how much walking you did when you were at the mall. I find it quite tiring sometimes to, when I'm doing other things, to sort of, have focus on. You wouldn't think it would exhaust you quite so much, would you? But sometimes you just find that, um, you're least expecting it. You say, "Oh, I'm just going to do this," and then something that usually doesn't. You're just going to the shops or whatever like that, and you find you're just really tired for the day, and there's no reason for it. So yeah, I understand fully. I usually get that when I go visit people. I guess it's because you actually are exhausting yourself. You're actually doing something. If you're just sitting painting, I find I don't get that tired. But I do find that streaming does, often as not, does make me quite tired, because I'm so focused on what I'm doing that it's sort of, the brain power, I suppose you could call it that. Um, yeah. Well, if you're having a nap, so enjoy your nap, and thank you for dropping in. And hopefully, I'll see you again sometime soon. That would be lovely. And yeah, and I will have to pop in and see your stream and see what you're doing for your watercolor picture. And yeah, I like popping in and chatting and seeing people sometimes, even if I'm sort of not. I sometimes after work I will drop in and watch people streaming. I won't always stay for very long, because usually I'm just doing it in between, checking my email, get home from work, check my email, and then then I just kind of relax, and I'll either, read, or I'll just go online and quickly check what other people are doing, their streams and things. And I'll sometimes pop in and say hi, but I won't hang around. So if I ever sort of like say a quick hello and then I'm pop out again, you know, please don't take offense. It's usually just because I'm just tired, and I'm doing it quickly on the way to, um, just to relax a bit before I go to bed. So yeah, it's quite nice to just trawl through Twitch sometimes, and see what people are doing, and say hello to those people, that lovely people who pop in and watch the stream and say hello, and it's really good. So I actually had quite a few people a couple of weekends ago, and I picked Sunday for the stream because I find that most people have at least a bit of time to, um, I guess, I just sort of trawl, or at least have a look and see what people are doing on Twitch, which I really like. So I got to meet a lot of really interesting people from around the world, which is great, and I do like talking to people about their interesting stories, including, being a dead body, which has got to be, I've got to say, is one of the most interesting things I've heard whilst people have dropped in. I haven't heard that for a while, so I've never heard one like that. So I I do like to be entertained, and that's a particularly good one, and it's a very good story. Um, it's great. I love it. I do have a pretty strange sense of humour, so I think it must be something to do with being Australian. I think Australians have very strange senses of humour. Um, so, but things like that, it's just you don't sort of get that much opportunity here. I think the young ones, when they're breaking out into acting, to sort of have a chance to do something like that, even if it's typecast. It's great. I like it. I'm glad your son Color has had a chance to do that, and he's still quite young, so good on him. I think that's great. So yeah. And what do you do for fun, Carla? I mean, apart from occasionally logging on to Twitch and seeing what we're doing here. Um, what do you do? What sort of hobbies do you have? Do you busy do things, sports and things on the weekend, or are you just do you do gardening? Do you enjoy that? Yeah, just generally. What do you do for fun? Uh, yeah, I paint for fun. It's sort of my hobby. I used to do it as a career, or try to do it as a career, but it's not really something you can make a lot of money from, unless you know some people can, but yeah, it's not always easy. And yeah, I mainly do this because I enjoy. I think streaming was good because I actually enjoy meeting people online, and because it gives me an opportunity to it really just gives me an opportunity to do my art, and otherwise I think I probably wouldn't. So, and it also gives me an opportunity to work a bit faster to what I'm quite slow at getting things completed. Oh, excuse me a moment. I've got a bit of a a dry throat and a bit of frog in my throat a bit. Excuse me, coughing a bit. As I said, I was out in the garden earlier, and I suffer a little from hay fever. So sometimes my throat gets quite dry if I've been outside. So, anyways, hello, Space Ed Fourth. Been watching 10 minutes now. Feels weird not to say something at some point. Like your stream. Oh, thank you so much. That's really nice of you to say so. I don't mind people lurking. It's nice, and I look at my counter and I see there are people online, even if you don't say hello. But it is always nice to say hello to people who are watching the stream. And thank you for taking the time to say hello. I do appreciate it, and it's nice to know that people enjoy watching the stream. I'm a big critical of my own work, but it's coming along, and I'm getting quite happy about it. Have you been watching any of the other pictures I've done, or is this the first time you've tuned in to my painting stream? I don't think I've seen your name pop up before, so if it's the first time, then thank you so much. First time, yeah. Oh, welcome. Excuse my throat, as I've said. First time. Oh, okay. Thank you for saying hello. It's always good to meet people for the first time, and also welcome people back, those that, come and pop in and say hello. So where are you from, Space Ed Fourth? Where are you based? Are you in the UK or the US, or are you in Australia, or somewhere else? I always like to find out where people are from, because um, I've always find out really interesting information and really interesting stories from people who are not from here, where I am, which is Australia. So moved to Berlin recently. Oh, Berlin, nice. I have relatives who are all my relatives are in Germany. So um, my my cousin is in Munich, just a little place down, a little farm, was a little town down from Munich, and we went and saw them several years ago now. So I haven't been to Berlin though. We went over, but we didn't get much chance to um, sort of stay. We spent a lot of time in Munich and Bavaria. My cousin showed us around. Beautiful place. Germany's lovely. What sort of prompted you to move to Berlin? Is it for a job, or is it just you have family there, or anything like that? It's so yeah. What do you do? Do you what do you do as a job, or are you doing it because uh, where did you move from? More to the point, and how did you find job? Okay, what do you do? What do you do for a job? What is it you do? Are you an? I'm thinking because you moved to Berlin. Are you some sort of an engineer? They seem to have a lot of engineers in Germany. Um, I'm not sure about Berlin because, like I said, I don't know too much about Berlin. But yeah, it's really interesting to find out people are where they're coming from and where they've started. Administrative depth of a museum. Oh, won't get more specific than that. No, that's okay. You don't have to go into details. But a museum, nice. Wow. I like museums. Museums are always very interesting. You always get to see lots of interesting things. Administrative. I'm in admin, but probably not in the same way. So, yeah, Germany has, well, Europe in general has some just beautiful buildings. So, yeah, I like I like going to old buildings. That's part of the appeal for me. Because in Australia, of course, we don't have a lot of really old buildings. We're a fairly new country, I guess, so we don't. My parents are from Germany, so they um they moved over quite a while ago, and yeah, my dad was from a place called Mannheim, and my mother is from a place called Kaiserslautern. So I think they had the soccer there several years ago for the main. Not that I follow much in the way of sports, but it's interesting to hear about the different things that are going on. I have a cousin who lives in, no, it's not Stuttgart, Esslingen, a little town, and most of my other family live in Kaiserslautern. So yeah, it's been to when we went to Germany, we did get to see a few things, but it's such a beautiful place. I'd like to go visit again, but with COVID, it's very well. We can't travel, and I could recommend you Zurich if you like unique buildings, probably because of the uni there. Zurich, yes, that's in Switzerland, isn't it? Um, I yeah, I'd like to see more of Europe. I would really, yeah, we went to Scotland and we saw a couple of the really nice, um, we saw I like a lot of castles and the old architecture is lovely. I've heard Vienna is very nice too. My father always wanted to go there and never did get the opportunity to, but I yeah, I love old architecture and I like the old buildings and unfortunately we don't get them here. Um so yeah, I'd like to go to Switzerland and I'd like to go do more traveling. I'd like to see more places. I haven't been to too many places. It's cost is a bit prohibitive from Australia. It's very expensive to fly from over here. But now, of course, as I said with COVID, it's the chances of I don't know when we next be able to travel. I'd like to. I'd like to actually go. There's quite a few places I'd love to visit, but we've only kind of been to a very small fraction of places. And yeah, I'd like to see Norway and um, Switzerland and Sweden and I'd like to also see the UK and the Wales and Scotland, a bit more of Scotland. We didn't see too much of it. And yeah, and a lot of yeah, also France. My sister's in the UK, so maybe one day I'll get a chance to go and visit her when this is all over. Hopefully, when this is all over, and we can travel again. That would be nice, I think. But where did you travel from, Space Ed? Were you in Europe already, or um, did you come from somewhere else to go to Berlin? Is it sort of Did you go? Yeah, were you somewhere else in Europe, basically? Um, did you have a lot of problems with the travel, or because of the COVID, or were you able to travel without having to stay in quarantine? We have a lot of difficulties from here having anyone go over to Europe. I think now nobody can fly from here. Lisbon before Austria. Oh, birthplace. You're from Austria. Nice. That's also a very nice place. I would really like to. Lisbon. I wish I could travel. It's gonna. You don't actually know when we'll next get a chance. I know from Australia, you can't. actually travel overseas unless you can prove you have a reason to travel, and it's very, very difficult. There's no direct flights going from Australia anymore, and because of the COVID situation, New South Wales and Western Australia has actually locked the borders, so they're not letting anyone in and they're not letting anyone out. And we've been very lucky. I'm not going to complain about that too much. Um, so yeah, worldwide it's still not looking good with travel. No, unfortunately, it's just too widespread. It's been a really bad one, and there's no. I don't think there's any. Oh, there's a few flights out of, but only if you've got a really good reason, like I said, to go out, leave Australia, and if you want to come back in, it's really hard. Like we've had some guys at work who need to travel for work, and just they can get out or they can find a way out, but trying to get them back in, especially to Perth, is practically impossible. It's very hard to get flights, and those that you can get are very expensive, and also then you're stuck in quarantine for ages. So yeah, it's quite scary. It's really quite scary. I'm fortunate in that, well, my immediate family is here in Western Australia, but um, my sister's in the UK, so she's been there for about 5 years now, and it would be nice to go and see her, but yeah, it's not going to be happening for a while. And everybody will be very happy when they do. When it does finally open up and allow for travel, but the consequences of it are just so scary, and nobody wants to risk it, and you can understand that. It's not something you want to be risking with your health, and it's been too many fatalities worldwide. It's yeah, we're definitely not out of the woods yet, that's for sure. So sadly, so yeah, we just have to focus on what we can do, and the positive things, I guess, is all we can do. And try not to think too much about the negative, and hopefully one day we will be able to travel again, and people will be able to see their families again, which is more the point. It's what you want. You do want to be able to see your family if you've got family overseas. So yeah, it's one of those situations we can't really do much about it, unfortunately. Make the best of a bad situation and try and stay positive, I guess. Easier said than done in some instances, but yeah. And in the meantime, I guess I just yeah, guess we talk to people online, which is great. At least we can do that. That's really wonderful. We can be in contact with people via Twitch. Wouldn't have been possible many years ago. We have the level of communication we do now, which is great. And the internet, come a long way. So thank heavens for small mercies, I guess. So at least now we can stream and we can FaceTime and do whatever online and visit worlds through paintings. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. And talk to really interesting people, chat to really interesting people about what's happening in their part of the world, which is great because like I said, I'm finding out so many really interesting things about the people that, you know, come online and say hello. There was a lady, I don't know if she's still online. Are you still there, Carla? Carla's son, she's in California, and her son is he's an actor, but he plays dead bodies, which is a very, very specific choice of career. But no, it's really fascinating. You find out all these really interesting stories from people, and I like it. I think it's really great because otherwise, half the time you're in the same room with people, you don't know anything about them. So when you're online, yeah, you get to chat to people and find out what they do, and it's really fun. I really like it, and that's main reason I stream. I mean, I enjoy my art, and I would be painting anyway, but it's it's nice to share some of it with the people who are watching and provide a bit of entertainment and joy if people don't have a chance to go out and do the things that they would normally do. It's nice to have a little bit of that, give a little bit of that back by doing something that people find entertaining. So yeah, so there is something to be said for you know being the digital age we're in at the moment, and that's nice. So I don't think I'll ever get bored. I don't think I'll ever get bored with the trying to chatting with people and doing all that. So if, oh, somebody's alarm's going off. Okay, well, it's not our alarm, so no, I can't hear the alarm. Mm. So yeah, so basically we're I'm decided I would stream my pictures because I enjoy doing art. It's something I do to relax, and I love painting. I love art, and I'm a portrait artist, so I like to do. I have all these ideas for things I want to draw, and sometimes it's not. I don't get time, and this way we get some opportunity to do some painting when I wouldn't, like finish work and then on a weekend I relax by painting. So it's nice to be able to do that. And I think if I'm streaming, then at least I know I'm actually still doing something I enjoy. Um, and it also gives me an opportunity to talk to people, and it gives me an opportunity to speed up with what I do, because part of the problem is that it's um, finding the time to do anything is the trickiest part. And and I guess I'm just, yeah, I do this so I can, sorry if I'm rambling, um, but I sort of like to get a bit distracted when I'm painting. Sometimes I get so caught up in what I'm doing, and I'm trying to decide what I'm going to be doing, that sometimes I forget what I'm saying. So apologies in advance. Uh, yeah, I do like it, and the reason I chose an owl was because I like birds of prey, and owls and eagles and things like that are lovely to paint because they are so intense, and the expressions and things like that, that I just like to capture that fierceness, you know that focus, I suppose, of them when they're sort of hunting or about to hunt. And so what I'm going to do is I usually start with something which is sort of quite light, and then I build up the tones. Usually, not always. Um, Sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't. But in this case, I'm trying to um, get some of the colours to look as close as I can to the reference without making it look too much like the reference, if that makes sense. So I will um, continue on. So what I do is I tend to stream for about, I've said 2 till 5, and I've gone over that again, as I usually do, and it's almost 6 o'clock here, so it's almost time for me to finish what I'm doing, because I have to look around for dinner and think about what I'm going to be doing. And I haven't actually got any close to finishing this bird yet. And usually when I stream, I've gotten fairly close to getting it finished. So obviously I've distracted myself by chatting, and this happens to me. But I do like talking to people, and I do like finding out what people are up to. It's I have a very interesting photo reference, and sometimes I can follow it reasonably well, and other times I'm not. I think at the moment I'm having some troubles following it with the darker colours in the wing. So I will keep working on it until even after I finish streaming, until I get that degree of detail that I like, and make it look correct. So I guess I'm my own worst critic, and I do like to mess about. And I call it messing about with watercolor because while I do have it all planned how I'm going to do it, to a certain extent, a lot of it is, um, kind of making it up and hoping that it does turn out. It doesn't always, and if it doesn't, then I tend to go back in with pen and ink and bring some, yeah, try and bring some of this, make it look correct. And it's not super critical, I know, but if you're as much of a perfectionist as I am, regrettably, I am quite a bit of a perfectionist. You have the tendency to keep going until you have the sort of detail that you want. So I find if I mix some dark colours online and visit worlds through paintings, like you said, oh yes, I'm rereading the same thing. Um, so I can sometimes bring in dark colours into where I need to bring in darker areas, and sometimes I find that I haven't gone dark enough, and I have to go back in and do. Tin Pa is raiding with a party of 4. Oh, okay. Thank you. Hello, Tin Pa. Thank you for dropping in with a party. We're here to raid. Yay. Hello, Snivy Knight. Welcome to my stream. And thank you for jumping in and raiding my stream. You picked a good time because I was sort of at the point where I was finishing up. But Vinyl Ember 22 raid. Hello, cool owl. Thank you. Thank you for your comments about my owl. I was just saying I get a bit critical about my own work, and I have to go back in and make some changes to it. And I'm just adding some. Oh, hello, Tin Pa. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Oh, hello, Lobozo. Woohoo! Hello, cool owl. Oh, Tin Pa. I like it a lot. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Jabozo. It's very welcome, and I do appreciate anyone saying hello and dropping in. And thank you for raiding. I'm at the process of trying to fix up what I'm doing here with the owl, and I've um, find that sometimes I don't add nearly enough contrast, and so what I'm doing at the moment is trying to go back in and yeah, trying to fix it up. It's not as colourful as my other pictures. I don't know if you've seen any of my other pictures, the other birds that I've drawn, but it's I find that I was trying to get away from the like super duper um, colourful birds all the time, but just find I'll always go back to the colours because I can't help myself. Um, and I'm trying to get it to look. Owl's good though. Thank you, Labozo. It's nice of you to say so. And I do like. I just love owls. Owls are just lovely creatures. And the reason being that they have such a in-depth focus on what they're doing. Thank you, Snivy Knight, for the follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks so much. Oh, I like it when people drop in and say hello, and when they raid, it makes it more fun. It does. It's good to have to talk to people, different places, and it's nice that you've taken the time out to um, you know pop in and say hello and raid my stream. And I'm glad that you do like my owl. It's something I'm still working on, and yeah, it's a work in progress, and it'll probably be a work in progress for a little while because I haven't decided exactly how I'm going to like finish it off. Well, as I said, I do a lot of pen and ink work. Um, no problem. Keep up the good work. Thank you, thank you. It's nice to get that level of encouragement. It's um, yeah, it's you never know. I never know how it's going to turn out. So when I sort of start the painting, I'm often looking at it and assessing it and saying, "Oh, okay, I don't know if this is working the way I want it to." So I will often go back in and tweak it, but it's not always the best idea, and it's not always for the. Sometimes I will overwork, and I'm trying not to, but yeah, I've I do like working with those colours, and the the hardest bit on this owl, as I was saying earlier in the stream, is trying to get the contrasts and get this sort of right. It doesn't really have to be right as such, but it's tricky. The it's hard to work it the way I want it to look, and sometimes I get bogged down. Um, and I know how I want it to look. And now that I'm adding a bit of extra colours, it's actually working a bit better for me. Um, but sometimes I don't have enough contrast, and I end up getting frustrated. And when I put details in, it starts to look better. So that makes me a bit happier. So I'm madly painting away and adding extra depth to underneath the owl's wings. It's not looking too bad, but it's quite tricky because it's a barn owl and they have this really interesting markings. And most of you have probably seen a barn owl because you get them pretty much anywhere in the world, except for the real severe climates, like your Alaska and your extremes of temperature. So we do have them in Australia, and I have seen them, but mostly it's in zoos. I haven't actually seen one in the wild, but they are out here. So I try to do something when I do my pictures. I try and I pick some animals or birds which are not necessarily native to Australia, but to other places too. So we end up with a nice collection of. So I end up with a nice collection of paintings from raptors, mostly birds of prey, because I do like them. But even other birds, like if you've seen my cassowary, you'll see it's not a bird of prey, but it's an interesting creature. And I like to try and challenge myself and do something different each time. And usually try and pick out the very bright colours. And in some instances, it really works. And in other instances, not quite so much. But yeah, it's always a challenge. And in this case, what I've done is I've chosen an owl because one, I really like owls, and two, there are much you can do, so much you can do with them. Um, and I chose the barn owl because it's got a lot of really nice orange. Oh yeah, your art's really good on your Insta. Oh, thank you. That's nice of you to say. I'm really flattered. I do try and get sort of keep improving in what I do. Um, I always try to do something different. And I do. I just love to paint. It's so much fun. And the more I practice, the faster I get and the better I get at it, which is why I do it. Um, and I like doing art because it gives me something to do and it gives me something creative to do, and I really enjoy it. It's keeps me sane, if you could call it that. Um, yeah, I just if I wasn't doing art, I don't know what I would be doing. And I really enjoy streaming the art here on Twitch, and I'm fairly new at I'm a fairly new gamer streamer, because I actually wasn't aware of the fact that Twitch had the ability to be able to stream art, and my daughter actually put me onto it, which was great. So I wasn't sure anybody would be that interested in watching me paint, but I've met some really, really, yeah, keep it up. It's sick. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. I, yeah, I really do enjoy painting, and I always look for something different. But I'm a portrait artist mostly, so I like to do pictures of people, but I also like drawing animals, of course. And the challenge is in finding something that's a little bit different, that has interesting things. And the barn owl was bright orange, and it has this lovely. I like to pick out the colours that are not there, or rather that are there, but that are very faint. So if I see there's some nice shading in the like in for this owl, the chest. The reference I found has this really nice um, sort of a greeny bluey, which I've done, a greeny bluey sort of color. It's the white feathers on the chest are hitting this, or that's in the shade, and so I think it's got a reflection from the grass or the sky or something, and or anyway some sort of shade, and it's creating this lovely turquoise blue color. And I had to paint it because it was just so interesting, and so I will pick colors like that, and then I will pick out the colors and emphasize them, which is why my why my bird pictures are always so colorful. Why you think, okay, well, this doesn't really have. It's mostly, the one of the eagles I did. It actually has it has black feathers around its head, but I didn't just want to do black. I wanted to actually have it pick out the iridescent feathers, because when it was in the sun, it had these beautiful, vibrant, um, just sort of like a purples and things happening. And so I thought, rather than just paint exactly what you see, you may as well paint something, a little bit more unique. So that's what I try to do anyway. I try to pick out the colours, and um, I've given myself probably a harder task with this one because there are so many different things. That's cool that you match the colours from the environment too. I do try, um, because you can either do a background, which sometimes I will do. I'll put a background on the animal, um, but I do think it's a lot more interesting because nothing's ever exactly the colour it looks. Like there's always reflections from the surroundings, and I like to put them in because it makes it more real. And even though it might not look, realistic, it's sort of I guess it's more of gives you a better idea on sort of what you might not see if you're looking at it with the naked eye, but it's still there. Those colours are there, so it's nice to capture them. And that's what art's for anyway, isn't it? I mean, otherwise you could just get a camera and take a photo and pick out things, but at least with art you can make it your own, do whatever you like with it. You can um, put blues and greens and other shades in it, even if they're not there. So, and that's why I do enjoy it. That's what makes artwork so much fun. That and meeting people, of course, that's always fun. But yeah, and I always like to work on something a little different. Um, it's a challenge. This one's a challenge too because it's actually got all these. The barn owls have this really interesting, um, yeah, sort of spots, almost not just these little spots here, but it's sort of got, yeah, it's very strange patterning, and it's actually very hard to paint. Finding it a very big challenge to paint the individual lines and all the little spots that are on the feathers here. And I don't know whether I shall go over it with grey or something like that, and or some black and white, and actually get those in there for a contrast. It's finding them, seeing them, and then interpreting it and trying to put it in. It's nice to experiment with all that stuff for sure. Yes, it is Laboza. It's that's part of the fun of the art, I guess, is to experiment and see what you can come up with, something that's a little different. and I like to mess about with colours because you can do so much with them, and to see how the colours mix and how they interact with each other, and that's really good too. So, what do you all do? Are you all gamers, game streamers, or are you artists yourselves? Do you just like are you yeah my daughter's a game streamer, so a gamer, so it's nice sometimes to get visits from people who do different things on Twitch, and it's always nice to chat to people who do other things, and even other artists. I like talking to other artists. Tin Par's an artist. Oh, hello, Tin Pa. What do you do, Tin Pa? What sort of art do you do? Are you a digital artist or are you traditional? Or do you do sculpture or something like that? Oh, oh, yeah. I Snivy Knight says I play video games, though I sometimes watch others do art. And Tinbar said I actually do both. Oh, nice. And why not? I'm not a gamer, but I do like to watch gamers. Sometimes I'll get on but damn, you have a lot more experience than me. Oh, thank you. But hey, I think it's just practice. I've tried to tell people that um, more experience is just basically, I just practice a lot, a lot. I pay people to do art for me. So, well, we need people to pay, like Tinpa. I, we need people to pay artists to do art for them. Otherwise, artists would be struggling a lot more than we are at the moment. And let's face it, at the end of the day, there's not actually a lot of money in art. I would love to be able to make a career of it, but realistically speaking, yeah, it's not happening. So I do it for fun, and I occasionally will do. I mean, I'll do commissions. Always good to try and support people. Yes, it is, and I do like to. I haven't actually commissioned another artist to do something, because usually I tend not to sort of buy art. Um, well, I can't afford it for a start, but I do follow a few artists on Patreon, or however you pronounce it, um, because they do different styles of art to me, and it's not something I can do. And I do like the cartoony cartoony style, and it's not a. I'm more of a realist, so a realism artist. So I find that I can't really do the anime and the digital style, and but I do really admire anyone who can, because some of those artists are absolutely brilliant. And I do like to I do get on Twitch occasionally, and I every so often I'll jump on in an evening and I will actually watch the gamers stream. As I said, my daughter's a gamer and she streams, and my husband doesn't stream, but he is a gamer as well. So, um, yeah, he's in IT. So they're they, yeah, I have computers around me, and I have people who have some experience, but I'm definitely not a gamer. I like watching people play occasionally, but I don't have a lot of patience for it. I used to play old school games a long, long, long time ago, um, but I don't actually have the time for it now. If I find I have the time, then I'm usually doing art. So I guess it's whatever you do to relax. So about as far as I go is to just go on and say hello to people who are doing who are streaming games, and I will do that. And I like watching how people play things, because even if you have two different people playing the same game, um, yeah, it's interesting to see the way they handle things. So I do like to tune in occasionally and watch. It's always fun, and I do watch other artists on Twitch too. I've a few people I follow and watch because I like their style, I like the art style, and I like chatting to them because they're very interesting people. So yeah, it's a good community. and I do enjoy the community. It's easy to get caught up in, um, just sort of get meet people and get caught up in the community and actually find out what people are doing. It's really nice. I do like it. And what I will occasionally do with my pictures, I'm using, what are they? They're Dr. P.H. Martin liquid hydrous watercolors, and they're pigmented watercolors. And these are my go-to colors of choice. And I always revert back to these because they're so much fun to use, and they are very vibrant. And so when I'm doing something that's sort of a little bit brighter, like this owl, um, I will sometimes get out. I will generally do it in watercolor, in these particular watercolors, because they are so bright. And I'm about to do something probably I'm going to regret, and that is I'm going to put a bit of yellow on this person, this owl fellow or lady, um, and I will sometimes get quite bold, and I will get a big fat paintbrush like this one. I don't know if you can see it. This paintbrush, and if I think it's looking a bit flat, and I hope I don't ruin it by doing what I'm about to do, that's a bit bright. Um, I will sometimes dilute something really, really very dilute, and I will go over an area like this with a glaze of a brighter color like yellow. If I think it needs lifting, and that's the beauty of these. I can sort of think, oh, this is needs to be overall, I need to put a more yellowy tone on. And so I can just put a rinse or a wash, I guess you call it, and just lift up the color and make it more yellowish. I have to be a bit careful doing that, though, that I'm not making it too, I suppose it's like making it too green or whatever, but it does tend to work, and it does sort of lift it sometimes. It's all it needs to sort of bring it up, and generally removes a lot of the white paper that shows through that I don't want to show through. So even though you can't actually see what I'm doing that much, the owl has, see if I can, I've got a mid yellow, and I'm trying to, it has this more of an orangey yellow tummy, and I'm trying to get it in here. And this is why I call it glazing, because I will put thin layers of colors over the top, and sometimes it ties it in and stops it from looking like two separate, like you've got two different things going on, like you've got this brown and this yellow and this orange, and they're separate. But when you bring a tone in and overlap it, sometimes it just unifies the colors, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I've had instances where I've actually spoiled it, but hopefully it's not what's won't be one of them. Um, and and I will sometimes go back in with, if I think it's too red, I will sometimes go back in with a color like a green or something and knock it back. This owl, I'm trying to work out. I think I can. I need to put some green to knock some of the orange back, or just make it more neutral. And I had done it here a bit, and I'm going to put a bit more green over here. I'm careful not to overwork it, because I don't want it. Oh, neat. Oh, thank you. I always try not to overwork it, because what happens if I do sometimes is that you can make something look quite muddy if you're not careful, and if you work over the same, if you make it too wet, the paper then starts to break down. And like I said, this isn't a watercolor paper as such. This is a field pad, which is sort of, it's good for, it's a kind of a cartridge paper, I guess, and it's really good for any sort of media. So you can put pencil and ink and that sort of thing on it. It's not specifically designed for watercolor, um, but it does tend to be quite good. See, I'm adding some green in here. You can't really tell because it's quite subtle, and I'll generally not go too heavy, but sometimes I will. So if I think this needs more green in here, I'll add more green, and sometimes I can add color. I will add color afterwards if I think it needs it. And I have some gouache. This is why I can't do traditional art, lol. I'm too impatient for it. You haven't met me. I'm shocking. I like having things pretty well immediate too, and I get frustrated sometimes when I know how I want it to look, but it's not happening quick enough, or it's not quite going the way I want it, and I get very frustrated too. And traditional art is a bit of yeah, it does teach you a little bit of patience. I get impatient, and I find that's why I don't work. That's why I work wet on dry, because I like to work over the top of it pretty quickly afterwards. And if I went too wet, I would go mad if I had to work like typically watercolor wet and wet, because I get very impatient and I want to then I go, oh, now I want to add this color, and then if it doesn't work, or if it's just taking a really long time to dry, I get very narky. So I guess in some respects it's teaching me a bit of patience, because I'm forced to slow down my approach to things. So it yeah, it doesn't always work, and sometimes if I see something, I have to fix it straight away. Like I don't like waiting for things to dry. So in that respect, I'm probably exactly the same as you. Um, and yeah, I will find that I've got to be very careful that I don't go over the same areas and wet over and over and over, because that is when you get problems. That's when you get accidents occurring, and that is very hard to fix once you put one in. It's really tricky. Oops, that's probably a bit yellow. It's really tricky to I don't know. I guess it's quite tricky to see. I've put some very yellow in here, and sometimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't. And I will have to blend, and I've probably blended it a bit too much there. Um, I'll knock it back, and it won't actually end up looking that bad, even though I've put quite a bit of yellow in that. If I add extra yellow and I then end up blending it, it sometimes looks like was meant to do that, and I can work it in. And there is actually green from the surrounding, and I have to blend that because it looks a bit odd. And I've added a bit of water there, which I tend not to add. As I said, it's very hard um, to, but sometimes I have to work very quickly, and it has to be fairly wet, because if I don't work quickly and I've put in a hard line, then it's it's very hard to fix it afterwards, and it's very yellow. But the reference has it very yellow, so I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. And I'm trying to get some of this colour in here as well. So yeah, it's a very green looking owl, and I'm let's see if I can get this other. It's also very green down on its tail end, so I haven't really added that. I'm using a fatter paintbrush than I normally do, and sometimes if I get a bit impatient, it doesn't dry, and then I have a lot of problems. Like I'm using probably too much color there. I'm I change paintbrushes a lot. Gold looks cool anyways. Oh, thank you. I've I'm never sure how it's going to turn out. I add colors and then I think, I may have messed it up. And then I add more colors and I keep going over it when it's dry to try and see if I can fix what I've done. Like there's a very green, it's got very green shading in its tail there. And I will put that in because I haven't included all the picture because I've stopped at the where the feet sit because I've one, there's not enough room on the paper for a full painting of an owl, and two, because I actually prefer to just do I tend to prefer to just do the faces mostly, and I don't go very far up into the bodies for you know when I'm painting. Like I tend to not do a lot of detail on the body. I tend to not do whole body shots. I tend to, just have a tendency to just do the faces because they're my favorite bit. And being a portrait artist, I guess I focus mostly on the face, but I do like to add some of the darker areas, the highlights, and I will use the colors I've already mixed. Not always where they should be used, but I'm going to bring some of this the feathers down here. So there's a bit of shading which I can add later, which I haven't really put much detail into. So I do this as I go along and I just make it up. I pretty much just make it up as I go along. And that's my painting style. Yeah, it's not always accurate. Um, but it is always, yeah, I'm not so sure. Just make it up as I go along at the end of the day. Um, and I decide where I want the colours to go. And I said, look, there's a bit of green here. So I'll add a bit of green. And if I think it needs any sort of colours that aren't normally there, a bit of green in the tail just to lift it up. And that's all I do. I just constantly assess it and I look and I go, sometimes I'm in danger of overworking, and I do that a lot too. But sometimes it's not really that bad. Um, I have to put detail in, put some brush strokes, make it look fluffy. Make this little dude look fluffy. Um, Try and make it look correct so it doesn't look strange. Um, there's a lot of things happening here, and I think I've got a bit lost with how it sits on the stomach, but ultimately it doesn't matter really because when you're painting, when you're doing artwork, it's just interpretive. You can have a look however you like. If I wanted a purple owl, I guess I could do that. And adding some colours that aren't there really, because I like to have it sort of tie in, and it's got to be the tones have got to work. So if it's all orange and there's some sort of green on the stomach or whatever, and it's not anywhere else, it tends to look a bit strange. So I like to um, bring some of the color, even if it's not there, up into the other areas, just so there's a bit of consistency and it sort of ties in and it sort of works. Um, and yeah, as I say, when I start, I'm never sure what I'm going to end up with when I first start painting. And even as I'm going, I sort of think this isn't exactly what I had in mind, but I'm not unhappy with it. And if I can get to the point where I can look at the picture and think, I'm actually not unhappy with that. Seems like improv and seeing where you end up with coloring. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It is definitely improv. I can't do a lot of color mixing as I go, and while I try to keep close to the correct color, I do like to veer off a little bit sometimes because it makes it a little bit more interesting. Um, where you've got you like to like I said, it's very much improv. I like to do color. I have a color theory, and I like to experiment with colors, but I don't like to do it in such a way as to have it look too wrong. So if I find that I've put a color in that's a little bit too bright, yeah, exactly. I do improvise all the time. If I find that I put a color in that I don't like the look of, or it's too bright or anything like that, then I will, yeah, I'll keep working over it and mix it on the page, add colors, knock colors back. Very hard to remove them once you've got them on there, but to make it a bit more interesting, I will look and go, well, it's, oh, I've got an alarm going off here. Excuse me a minute. Okay. All right. Yeah. So instead of, sort of having to worry too much about, it's actually not looking too bad. I'm quite pleased with the way it's going. But sometimes it does take me quite a long while to get where I want it to look or where I want it to go, or I'll look at it and go, that's too yellow there. It needs some yellow somewhere else. So yeah, it is a bit of it is a lot of improv, and I never know from the beginning how it's going to turn out. I have a rough idea of how I want it to turn out, but um, yeah, I don't always know exactly, and I like to go back in, and sometimes I will go back in after my stream, and I'll get my other paints out, and I like to work. Sometimes I like to combine different mediums, so I'll always use pen and ink with the watercolor because that's how it is with art. I see sometimes, lol, yeah. I think that's what it is, not to get too bogged down with. You can have a vision and you can have an idea of how you want something to look, um, but you also have to be flexible enough to be able to change that at a moment's notice because it's very easy for something not to work. Like if you do something wrong or you put in a wrong brush stroke or something like that, it's very easy to end up with something you didn't want. So the trick is to go into it with an open mind. Say, I have a rough idea of how I want this to look. And yeah, and then just basically see how it turns out, especially with my paintings, because with my paintings, they always just seem to end up brighter than than I have intended. I mean, I like to pick snivy nights, so just keep experimenting with your art, right? Yeah, that's exactly right. It's always a learning process, and I guess oh, I've got a bit of my lights going over here. Yeah, it's always a learning process, and I'm always learning new things, and I'm always finding out very interesting things. And I like to see what different things can do, and I like I said, it's always experimental, and sometimes I'll find some things I've seen on the internet and just techniques other artists have used that I've never even thought of, and I've thought, oh, that's an interesting way to use that, or I've never used that. Um, I've never actually used those sort of paints, or I've never thought of using the paints I have in that way. And art is all about constantly um, sort of playing. And I think if you ever think you've mastered something, then if you ever think you've learned it all and there's nothing more to learn, then that's very no. That's definitely means you've got so much left to learn, and it's just a matter of the more you practice and the more you experiment, the better the sort of stronger you grow as an artist. So you're doing art right when every piece you're learning. Yes, that's exactly right, Labozo. It's if you learn something from each piece you do, if you learn from anything you do, and that's not just art but anywhere, if you're constantly learning, you never stagnate. And the idea is to just learn new things, learn something new every day, and it's really good. And And that's why I do it, because I actually like to learn new things. I'm constantly learning, and you never stop learning. No matter how old you get, you're always learning new things, and you can always learn from other people too. Which, you know, the day you think you've learnt it all is the day you stagnate. I like to constantly learn, and I like to pick up new techniques, and I like to constantly improve my work. And the more I practice, the better I get, I guess. So more polished, because I've had people sort of say to me, it's I can never draw as good as I can never paint as well as you can, and I say, well, I never used to be there either. I mean, I didn't just get born knowing how to paint really well. It's just I wish, but no, I was never that prodigy. I learned and I practice and I do a lot of practice. And with art, it's a lot of it is practice. A lot of it is just constantly, not in a way that you get, really bored with it and get frustrated, but in a way that you can constantly challenge yourself to do better and try different things. And what doesn't work for you. If you can't work out how to make it work, sort of chalk it up as a learning curve and move on to something else. And yeah, it's very much my philosophy. I get just as frustrated with things that don't work, but I do like to take something away with it, take something away from it. Um, and yeah, I've got to the point where I am, um, just through constantly practicing. You can't really get good at something unless you practice it. It's like anything, you know, if you are a musician or you do anything for that matter, you're not going to become an expert at it straight away. And it's sort of not really realistic to expect it. Um, the more you practice, and if you don't get discouraged and you just keep practicing at it, eventually you'll get to a point where at least you'll be happy with it, if nothing else. And it doesn't mean that you're automatically, that eventually you'll become an expert at it. I'm not. I've still got a lot to learn, and I still finding out more things about different things, and that's where the fun is. You know, life's about that, isn't it? Life's about learning things and learning new things, and when you found you just not getting anything out of it anymore, then you start something else, then you start learning again, and you learn something else that you might enjoy. It's never too old. You're never too old to learn, and that's why I'm still doing art, and that's why I constantly this is a learning curve for me. All the streaming is new for me. I'd never streamed. I had experience. It's not that I have no experience with computers. I work with computers all day, but I had never thought of doing an art stream, and I had thought about recording, um, showing what I do on, say, YouTube, and I have recorded one or two very amateurish videos of my artwork on my Facebook page. But um, as a rule, no, I was trying to get into, just before COVID hit. I was actually trying to get into teaching some of what I do. Never thought I could, but that's new. But then that didn't eventuate. So, uh, yeah, so this whole thing with the art streaming is new for me. So, yeah, it's there's always something. There's always something, and I do enjoy it because streaming feels a whole other world. It feels like lol. It's nice to learn it. Yeah, it is, and I do enjoy it, and I do like the people I meet. It's a community, and it's a nice community, and everybody's so helpful, and everybody's so friendly. It doesn't matter what you do. They're full of good advice, and if you ask people for a hand with anything or you want some advice, everybody's really helpful. It's nice. I do. I'm glad I found the streaming community. it's nice to meet people from different parts of the world and get to know people. And it's good to chat to people, and also, see what they're doing and pass on what I know. So yeah, it's really nice. I definitely wouldn't. I don't regret anything in terms of the whole streaming experience, because I do like it. So yeah, so look, I can do so much more on this owl. I can be working on this for a very long time, but I should probably finish up there, because I've got to look for dinner. I think this is what happens when I stream. I tend to forget sometimes what I'm doing, and it's very easy to get caught up. If it wasn't for Twitch, I wouldn't know Tin Pa. See, it's nice. See, you meet people, don't you? And it does. It brings people together, and it's really nice. I've met a lot of really lovely people on Twitch, and initially I met a lot of people through Twitch Sings, because they had that. They used to have that, and I used to do the karaoke, and that was a lot of fun. Um, but yeah, and I met some people through that. I had someone pop in the other day, and I've met a lot of really nice artists. America and Australia, whole other sides. Lol. Yes, it's nice, isn't it? Because you don't generally often meet people from other parts of the world, unless you, especially not with COVID now, where you can't get out and see the world that much. And yeah, so you chat to people online, and find out really interesting things about their country, and I like it. I found out some really interesting, very interesting things. Yeah, I think Twitch is a really good environment for that, and it's nice. It's nice to make friends. It's nice to meet people, and yeah, it's a little bit different. Sort of trying to stream and paint at the same time. That's also quite a challenge, so that I can focus on what people are saying to me, as well as you know uh, painting, because it's very easy to get caught up in when you're painting. It requires a completely different level of focus. If you are talking to people on in chat as well as painting, you kind of have to um, yeah, it's quite interesting. It's quite an interesting learning curve to um, try and tune in and also tune in. So like two lots of different focus. It's really quite interesting. Um, and otherwise, I think if I was just working on something, I usually what I used to do is I used to not, um, I'd only work on something for maybe an hour or two at a time, and then I would have enough. But when I'm streaming, it's a completely different thing. I find that I'm doing something for a lot longer than I normally would, and that's the interesting thing. Um, I would have given up, not given up exactly, but I would have stopped. Sort of like got to the point where I would, if I were painting at home without streaming, I would sort of I'd have enough after about probably, yeah, 2.5 hours, sort of my time, and then I would, stop my picture, and I'd, do other things. And this way, I find on Twitch that I can paint for like 4 or 5 hours at a time, and not, you know, and not actually get bored. I'm not bored, but because I'm actually doing something else. I'm focused on something else other than just my art. So it is strange. It's an odd feeling, and it requires a different level of focus. If you're painting and talking, and not so much the talking part of it, because I'm one of these people that talks to myself when I paint anyway. But it's interesting in terms of when you're actually interacting with people, not just talking. You're um, looking up and seeing if anybody said anything, and then interacting and responding. That's also uses a different part of your brain, and it's a challenge. It's quite it's a good technique. It's a good skill set to have. You can actually learn other things at the same time, do two things at the same time, which is hard to do. And so, yeah, it's I'm now going back over the in the owl, doing what I was not too sure I would be able to do, which is to do the mottled flecking, I suppose you'd call it, of the the owl's very strange. As I mentioned, it has this mottled area, and I'm trying to capture it, but it's like lots of little feathers, and I haven't been able to put it in, and it's is very much a challenge. And I'm trying to put the mottled flecking in now, and I will probably go over it. I'll go in and pick out the white bits on the feathers that have to be highlighted. Um, and yeah, it's sort of like an odd sort of stippling, online, like very strange for the feathers. I'm hoping I'm getting it right. Toku, sorry, Harmony, I was busy today and I'm still busy, but just wanted to stop here and say hi to you. Oh, hello, Toku. So nice of you to drop in. You're lucky I'm actually still streaming. I would have finished probably about half an hour or more ago. But people pop in and say hello, and it's lovely. So thank you for dropping in and out of your busy stream and coming in and saying hello to me. It's nice, and I did enjoy watching you the other day on your stream. It was nice to see put a face to a name, and actually see you, as opposed to just see your chat, which was it's always interesting when you do actually put a face to a name. So yeah, thank you for stopping in and saying hi. And it's always nice to see you. It's always nice for people to come back and say hello. And I started slowly today, but it's sort of picked up towards the end. Um, but I love the owl though. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you do. It's as I've said before. It's been a challenge because the owl is not what didn't look the way I wanted it to, but it's different. It's different to my other birds, and I'm doing the flecking on the feathers at the moment, and it's been a real challenge. So I'm still doing it. I will get in with white paint and actually pick up some of these little tiny middle bits here because they are actually quite light in colour. So yeah, just chatting and adding bits, but I don't know what I'm going to work on next. I haven't decided. That's why they're my favourite animal. Lobozo likes the owls. Yeah, I like owls. I love birds of prey in general, raptors, any sort of predatory kind of hunting birds because they're so focused and intense, and I love their eyes, and I love the degree of focus. They're all cool. They are all cool, and which is why I've been painting so many of them. And I want to do a series of them, um, and then maybe produce a photo book, and with a bit of information about each of the owls and things that I painted, just so there's sort of a bit of a rundown rather than just having a pretty picture book. Also, I just realized you changed a bit with your layout of the border frame and the flower on it. I did, yes. I think this is also better than the layout from the stream before. Thank you. Yes, I did change it because I I got the webcam, and I found a program. It's called Logitech Capture, which works with the webcams, and the camera doesn't have um, the same sort of format, and I had a different layout with a different edge, but it didn't really work with the what I already had. And so I just thought if I use what I already had and then make a smaller version, it actually looks much nicer. And I think it is too because the having the drawing that I'm working on one side, which I always do anyway, and then having the chat box on one side and the camera on the other side too. It's nice to have it all in one place. It gets it out of the way, so I'm not I'm not sort of having the camera over, sort of over to up this way and blocking the owl and having bits over here and things like that. It gives me an area free where I can just work on the painting, whatever I'm working on, and it's easier for me too to I don't get as distracted. I do have the chat box, but as it turns out, I've had to move my chat box off my screen onto my other screen. But I can still read people are what people are saying, which is nice. And I have the second screen for uh, my reference picture, so it's not really blocking what I'm doing, and it sort of works quite well. So thank you for your feedback on it. It's always nice. Currently, I am seeing you have 5 viewers, which is like totally awesome compared to before. So, hi, everybody who's just here listening to the lovely harmony. Oh, thank you, Toku. You're always very kind. You always like bring people into my stream and give me shout outs, and it's very nice, and I do appreciate it. It's nice to have the viewers, and it's a bit slow. I'll still stream even if I have no viewers. I've always usually got at least one watching, which is great. Um, but it does make it more fun when I know that people are watching and that they're enjoying it. And I kind of hope that it's nice to know that hopefully that my talking to people doesn't sort of doesn't sort of put them off, and that my voice isn't annoying. Um, so I'd like to think that I'm providing some entertainment and that people are getting something out of it. And nah, it's nice. Oh, thank you, Bozo. That's very nice of you. You're never sure with things like that. And in real life, I am a very chatty person. So as if that was hard to believe, um, but I'm always conscious of it, and I try not to too much because I'm aware that not everybody um, you know enjoys being talked at. So I'm lucky I'm married to a you're fine, miss. Don't worry about it. Aw, you're both so sweet. Thank you. Well, so nice to hear. But I'm fun. It's funny, really, because I was saying earlier that when I'm, sort of watching a stream, I do like it when people chat because when I'm watching a stream, I'm watching it and I like to be entertained and I like to know what people are doing. And it's nice when people are talking and letting me know what they're doing. And then I feel like I'm actually a part of it and not just sort of a silent observer, which makes me feel kind of creepy and weird. Because otherwise, it's just like if people are doing something and they're not telling you what they're doing, it kind of feels like, like when you accidentally open a door and you're interrupt somebody doing something private like reading or they're in the middle of typing something or talking to someone on the phone or something and you interrupt and you feel really bad and you go, oh, sorry, I didn't realize somebody was in here, sort of thing. um and you feel a bit odd. And it's like that when, for me anyway, when I jump onto a stream and people are just doing their own thing and are not, I'm not talking about game stream because game stream, I watch the game, they game, and so that's fine. I'm talking about when people are doing art and they don't sort of comment on what they're doing. Um, and it's odd because oh, I know that feeling. Every time I go into the wrong classroom and then everyone stares at me. Exactly. It's just like that. It's it's bizarre, and it shouldn't because it's a stream, and clearly if they're streaming, it means they expect people to drop in and say hi, or at least just drop in. And I find it really weird to say hello, even just chat and say, hi, I'm here. How are you going? I know a lot of people chat once they actually get someone say hello, because otherwise they feel a bit weird. But I generally find it really weird to say hello if people aren't chatting. So it kind of works it kind of works in reverse. For me, it's the opposite. It's like if you're not already chatting, I won't say hello. But if you're already chatting, I'm more likely to say hello. So and it is very much like that walking into a wrong classroom feeling, because when people are not talking and you come in, you feel it's just a decidedly odd feeling. I find it very uncomfortable. So I guess I watched when I was setting up to stream, and I watched a guy. You've probably seen him. It's like Guy Level, or whatever his name is. I watched a few of his streams, and I find him really interesting because he was very helpful, because he basically said, when you stream, you are presenting a, you're actually, you got your own show, and you're doing your own show, because people are, they come and they watch you. And so you're presenting a show. If you were tuned into a TV show to watch something and the presenters were just sitting there saying nothing, then you'd go, well, this is boring, and then you'd hop out. And he said it's the same with live streaming. If people are, if you're not selling yourself, and you're not engaging the audience or the watchers, then it's going to be very non-entertaining for a lot of people. And I think that's why the streams, where the just chatting streams on Twitch, probably do quite well, because people sometimes, they just like to tune in. It's like having a background noise, where people have the radio on. And I think some people just like to tune in, and not necessarily to take part, but just simply to, there's somebody else out there that's, having a chat. And if I feel like it, I can pop in and say hello. And like a podcast, exactly like a podcast. And that's right. And a lot of people do them. And you wouldn't watch a podcast if somebody was just sort of sitting there and not actually saying anything. So I figure, if I'm going to be doing a stream, and, people are going to, do the courtesy of, I mean, if people are taking time out of their day to actually watch you, because everybody's busy, and not everybody has the time to, um, you could be doing so many other things. So why would they watch you if you're not doing anything interesting? Um, And I guess that sort of makes sense. It kind of made sense to me. I thought, yeah, I will, like I said, I will actually tune in and watch. I even watch gamers, and I'm not a gamer myself, but I like to tune in sometimes and just see what they're up to, running around shooting, or doing. Because, as I said, I've mentioned before, my husband and daughter both are gamers, so sometimes I just find it entertaining. If I just want a bit of, just, it's a bit like, flicking TV streams, you to see what's interesting, what's on telly, and what's interesting to watch. And you just flick past, and then every so often you find something, you go, oh, this looks interesting, and then I'll watch it. And I guess that's what I do after work sometimes, and I have time. I just go, oh, I've got a bit of time to kill. I've had dinner, and and I want to watch something before I go to bed, but I don't actually want to start anything, like start any activity or anything, and I don't want to do anything. I just want to, quickly jump online and watch people stream and just see what's on. Make sure to hydrate and stretch. Take a break if you haven't. Oh, thank you for the heads up, Toku. You're too kind. I keep forgetting I need to take a mouthful of water. Excuse me a moment. Lovely. Um, Thank you. That was good. So yeah, if I go online and I see, and I have some time at the end of the day, I like to pop in, say hello to people. Um, Another thing that I find quite difficult is if I'm wanting to say hello to someone, and they are only interacting with one person on their stream, somebody they know or whatever, that's also can get quite boring for people. So I guess you just have to always be conscious that, um, that there's people who actually want to interact, and some people don't. And I'm happy. I'm happy either way. If there's any lurkers and people are just sitting there and not interacting, that's fine too. If they're still watching, I've had people say, you know, I just have it on in the background and I listen to what you're saying, or I listen to you just chatting. And some people do that too, and that's nice. I don't mind that. I quite like it. So it's nice to hear, and I'm glad I'm not boring people. Um, that's always a good thing, especially if you get very conscious of, um, talking too much. But if people don't mind, I figure, I figure if people don't like it, then it's like most things. You can always just log off. Jump off. I do that when I watch people. If once I've had enough, or if I get fed up, I stop listening. And so I'm not going to get too stressed about. I'm still conscious of it, but um, I guess I'm not too down on myself because if, like I said, if people have had enough and they don't want to do it anymore, or they don't want to listen to me anymore or watch me, then that's fine. Oh, I often leave streams in the background while studying, working. It's a relaxing experience, isn't it though? Yeah, I've done that. I've had a couple of them running in the background at the same time. If I'm just listening to what they're saying, and it's nice. And I've been told it's quite relaxing. So that's it's a nice thing to do, because at least you're still kind of like half tuning into things. And sometimes I'll leave I'll leave it on in the background while I'm reading my emails, or doing other things, or catching up. So it is nice, and it's nice to have that chance to. It doesn't really matter, does it? Very relaxing, very positive, very heartwarming. Oh, thank you, Toku. It's so nice to get that sort of feedback, because I've had a few people sort of say, "Oh, it's very inspiring." It's like, "Oh, I'm glad. I'm really happy about that, because I try to be positive, and I'm basically a positive person. So it's hard for me not to be, and I like to put a positive spin on things. And there's enough negative things in the world which can bring you down. So I don't want to be one of them. Um, I've tried to impart a bit of, and they are just my opinions. I like to provide a bit of feedback, or things, observations I've made. Try to make people feel a bit better about themselves if they're watching and they just want to, um, I don't know, find out what people are saying. There's a lot of there's a lot of negative information out there in the press, and with COVID and everything, there's enough. You get bombarded from all directions by bad news and things like that, and a lot of people are very depressed. And it's nice to hear have friendly news, or to hear a friendly voice, or even just someone to reassure you that things, that you're not alone, that you're not alone out there, and that there are people that care. And if I can do that, then I figure that that's always a bonus for me. um if I can make people feel better, and then that makes things worthwhile. It makes it worth doing, because you know why not? Why not make people feel better about themselves? If that will be my only purpose in life, is to make people feel better about themselves, then I'm happy with that. I'll put my hand up for that. And yeah, it is difficult to um sometimes to deal with things that life throws at you, but I try and bring a bit of positivity to it, and that it also makes me feel better to just be out there and be one of the positive things instead of the negative ones. So yeah, so I've been told that it's quite relaxing, and I always like it when I get feedback from people saying it is. So no reason not to. That's exactly right. Yeah, there is no reason. There's no reason not to be positive. Well, there's plenty of reasons not to be, but it's why not be? positive. If I have a choice, I'll always try and be positive. Then again, it's my nature. So um, that's not to say that things don't get me down occasionally, but I will try not to focus on it. So it's not always easy, I know, but yeah. So I'll just try and help those people who, yeah, as long as people want the help, as long as people enjoy, or not enjoy, but don't mind, um, you know, the positivity, whatever the word is. Yeah, and as long as it helps, then I'm more than happy to. Yeah, so my owl's coming along. I'm really happy with that. Okay, Harmony, I have to go now. This is from Toku. Oh, I love Heart. I'm currently having dinner, but I do hope you have a great stream. I will definitely see you next time, so I can't wait to chat with you more. Thank you, Toku, and have a very nice dinner and enjoy. Um, and you're the same time zone as me, so I really got to start looking for dinner too. It's 7 o'clock here, and I'm getting my stomach's grumbling a bit. So have a nice evening, Toku, and I'll catch you next time. And I'll try and jump on your stream and say hey. So see you, Toku. And Snivy Knight says, yeah, last year was tough for everyone. I mostly cope with it by playing video games, especially Animal Crossing. I get to interact with my family and friends in the game. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, a lot of people do use video games to help them de-stress. My husband plays well, not video games, but computer games. It's just a way of relaxing, and why not? And Animal Crossing's fun anyway. A lot of people are into that, and if it does help you interact with your family as well, I'm thinking based on that your family and friends are not where you are. They located somewhere else. Um, it's hard when you don't have your family and friends around you if you're in a different country or in a different state or something like that. Um, but I guess as long as you have contact, as long as you can, at least it's a great digital age. We can communicate with people over long distances. Um, I remember, I remember watching. This is going to really show my age. I remember watching the Jetsons. Um, with the futuristic family, George Jetson, and the video phones and things like that, which were a futuristic thing, and we never thought we would have those, sort of call up someone and be able to see your face with the voice, and it's become reality, and it's nice, and I do think it's lovely that we have the opportunity to be able to FaceTime with people, and I know it's not the same as being with someone in person, but it's nice that we are at least able to do that. I remember those cartoons. Yeah, I grew up in that. Well, I grew up on them. I think they were around when I was going to school and things like that. The Jetsons and all sorts of different cartoons and things. Uh, Roger Ramjet and um, we get different things depending on where you're from. In Australia, flying cars and robot maids are next in line then. Yeah, I think we've been trying for flying cars for ages, and as long as the petrol companies have a grip on the world, I don't think we'll be getting flying cars anytime soon. Although if they use petrol, then I guess it still could happen. Um, can you imagine the logistics of that, flying cars, the way people drive on the roads these days? Oh, makes me shudder just to think about it. I have to drive into work every morning, and the traffic is absolutely appalling, and people just don't know how to drive, and it's scary. So imagine flying cars where people could just fly around, so you know, it won't even be safe in the air. So robot maids, yeah, that's an interesting idea. As long as they, I've seen all these movies where they have robots like iRobot and all that. The future can be bright if we make it to be. Yes, that's true. And if we remain positive, weren't they trying to use magnets for a scenario of flying cars one time? I think they've tried different methods, hover cars and things like that, but gyros and stuff like that, they can't quite get the stability, I think, for what they're trying to do. It's too big a problem. It's logistics haven't quite worked it. I'd be more happy for them to focus on things that we do need, like more medical breakthroughs, cures for, cancer and things like that. I'd much rather that than, or cure for Alzheimer's. I'd much rather that than, having a flying car. I guess it depends on what your priorities are. Um, but I do like the idea of, and if they ran like a plane, if you know how a jet sounds, it'd be that loud constantly. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I never even thought about that. It's all weird in that area, lol. Yeah, there's so many things that they have brought forward that you go, they never thought they would, and they have. And then there's other things that you thought they would that they haven't. So, you're never sure what they're going to focus on. But I've seen all those, futuristic movies where they have the robots, and, they are like iRobot and Bicentennial Man and some of the more creepy ones. And you sort of kind of think, yeah, I've seen some of those robot maids, some of the things they do in Japan, and with the facial, the faces of teachers, and they're creepy. There's something a bit creepy in having something inanimate, animate, like something that doesn't have that same degree of intelligence, emulating human. Yeah, uncanny valley. Yeah, it is. I mean, we'll get there one day, I'm sure. But yeah, the idea of it at the moment, yeah, I'm quite happy to leave it where it is, and not, have it be too much yet. It's kind of nice idea, but I think certain things they should leave alone, and other things, yeah, sure, develop it. But yeah, things that will actually help mankind more would be would be really good. And having, helpers in terms of, helping people who are disabled and things like that, robots for that. If they have, some control, like make that sort of thing, I think that's a good idea. Anything that'll help humanity or help people who can't, help themselves. I think that's definitely a move in the right direction. But things that we don't really need, and we are tinkering with, I think we should just maybe leave that alone. But that's just me showing my age, I suppose. I just as the idea is a bit scary. And I'm all for computer advances and medical advances in, breakthroughs in technology and all that. But um, yeah, sometimes I just think certain things, it's great. We put a man on the moon, and there's space shuttle, and there's all these medical breakthroughs, and we've come a long way. And other times you just think, well, it might just be better to, not, like, I'm not a big fan of the whole cloning thing. Not from any religious sort of point of view, but simply because I find it a little bit, um, I don't know, it's potentially could be quite, mm, I don't even know, why. I'm not just keen on the whole idea, because, if animals are dying out and things like that, and you want to reproduce them, and clone an animal, not talking dinosaurs, I'm talking, you know, um, I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Not sheep and things like that, but things like, certain species that are almost extinct. Animals that are almost extinct, because, or like rhinos and things like that that are, on the brink. If you can, providing, the problem is not, um, not sort of cloning. You have to have the right reason. Saving endangered species, correct? Yes, yes, that's what I meant. In saving the endangered species, the, like, the snow leopards, and some species of animals, and certain, birds, and, mammals, and whales, and all that kind of stuff. Um, as long as you can train people, because part of the problem is us. So, trying to, um, save endangered species is great plan, as long as everyone's on board, and that, you're not trying to save endangered species so that you can go hunt them to extinction again. It's kind of a lot of it's, we've got to be responsible, humans. I mean, as a humanity as a whole has to be responsible for their part in having had it happen in the first place. And, we've got to be mindful of that. We've got to be a bit more responsible for what we're doing. And a lot of species are dying out, not from hunting, but because loss of habitat and things like that. So I like painting owls and stuff like that because you don't know if you can capture them on paper or as artwork, then you're preserving them to a certain extent. Yeah, I don't get the people that do that. No, I'm really not into the whole hunting for sport thing. Nothing makes me madder than angrier um, than people that will just for the fun of it. I've never understood blood sports. I don't agree with fox hunts. I don't agree with killing animals for. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not a vegetarian. I will eat meat, so in that respect, I'm a bit contradictory. But it's not endangered, and these are things that are bred for food purposes. Um, but no, um, they go out of their way to hunt down all these animals that they know are about to die out. People just don't care. Sadly, that's, a lot of people do care, but unfortunately, there's not enough um, people who care enough to stop it from happening. And those ones that shouldn't be, they should be prosecuted a lot more than they are. But unfortunately, all this poaching as well, with rhinos and things like that. Yeah, kill an animal for a reason, not the hell of it. I was actually speaking to someone online when I was streaming, someone from the US, and he said he used to be a hunter, but he doesn't anymore because he saw a white stag and it sort of stood there and I don't think he came up to him, but he just said after that he just it was like an epiphany and he couldn't anymore. But he was also from an area where they hunt for food, like they hunt deer and stuff, but they actually eat them. They hunt for food. And I'm okay with that. Like if you um need to hunt an animal because it's for survival, um, because you are, say, Inuit, um, and you hunt animals so that you can survive, you can eat, and you are, using it for survival, and you're living off it, and you're using all the parts of the animal, the fur and the pelt and the meat and the various things. Then that's fine. If there's a purpose to it, like you said, kill an animal for a reason, not the hell of it. If there is a very good reason, and it is for survival, then that's sort of makes it okay because if it's what you do and that's for your survival, fine. But not hunting for sport. I just there's nothing in me that can excuse there's nothing. I just don't see a reason for it. It just serves no purpose whatsoever. And I just think of the poor creature. Like imagine how scared to be hunted like that. It, it it's not right, and there's no purpose to it. You shouldn't do it. And I mean, I know that farmers and stuff will trap and bait animals that get into their crops and things like that. But I don't know. I guess if they're causing a problem, if they start causing a problem too, and there's too many of them, then a controlled. mm, I don't really even like the controlled culling ideas, but sometimes you have to do that to keep them under control. So I'm ahead to bed. I'm done with my work, and it's 4 a.m. Wow. Thank you, Labozo, for dropping in. Been nice being here. Oh, thank you. It's been nice having you here. And it's been nice chatting. I'm so glad you decided to hang around and input and chat. Good night, Harmony. Good night, Snivy. Good night, Labozo. Thanks again. Have a nice evening, and I hope you sleep well. And who knows, maybe we'll chat again in the future. So I'll see you later. All right, Miss, it has been great chatting with you. Thank you, Snivy. Yeah, I have to. Good night to you too. I'll try to come back. Oh, thank you, Labozo. I actually try and stream every Sunday at 2 p.m. That's Perth time, of course. So it's been nice to. I'm going to try Friday nights as well, which should be a better time. There you go. And I should probably finish my stream now too because it's 7:15 in an evening and I am hungry. I haven't had dinner. So I'm going to end it there too. So thank you to everyone who is on and have said hello and have chatted. And thank you for your kind words and thank you for your support. And it means a lot. And yep, check out my Instagram if you want to see the final version of my owl. It's pretty much done, but there'll be a bit of pen and ink and a bit of thing. So goodbye, Space Ed Fourth. And if Carla's still on, good night, Carla, and anyone else who might still be on. And I do again. I thank you, Space Ed Fourth, for the follow. Thank you so much for that. And hopefully I'll see you again. Bap. And I'll see you again sometime, and maybe next time I stream. So have a good night, everyone. And yeah, hopefully I will see you all, and a good evening. And I will go and find dinner. So yes, check out my Insta. You'll find the owl on there, and I will catch you next time. Bye for now. Bye.